can he do this? Can he?
Good job.
He's greeting the people. Just give it to me. Is SABC Plus on the screen?
I don't know. I don't think so. Hey, so I put on your.
The Honorable Chief Justice of South Africa. The national anthem will now be sung.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. You may be seated. This meeting has been convened by me as Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa in terms of Section 51, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic. The purpose of this meeting is for the Chief Justice to swear in all members of the National Assembly, preside over the election of the Speaker, and the Speaker will preside over the election of the Deputy Speaker, and ultimately for the Chief Justice to preside over the election of the President. I would like to remind you that this meeting is deemed to be in the precinct of Parliament as defined in Section 2 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Swearing in of the members of the National Assembly is important because in terms of Section 48 of the Constitution, members of the National Assembly must swear or affirm faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution before they begin to perform their functions. I take this opportunity to say I consider it an honor that I chair this important meeting. An important meeting because of where we are as a country, having finished 30 years of our constitutional democracy and starting another 30 years. It is an important milestone because as South Africans, we get an opportunity to look back at the road we have traveled and see where we have made mistakes and see where we have done well, and make sure that in the fourth decade of our democracy, we will not repeat the mistakes that we made in the first 30 years. I congratulate each and every one of the members who will be sworn in today and want to stress the importance of the position that members of the National Assembly occupy. They make laws for our country and in that way shape the future of our democracy. Therefore, as you take the oath or make the affirmation that you will make today, do recall the huge responsibility that the people of South Africa have placed on your shoulders and the honor that you have been given and privilege to be part of this very important body in our country. Let me also announce that in accordance with the Constitution, Item 9 of Schedule 3, I have made rules that govern the sitting today. Those were published about a week ago, but yesterday certain amendments were made to those rules, and those amendments have also been published. We will therefore now start with the first item, namely swearing in of members of the National Assembly. Members will be called in groups of up to 10 as arranged by the political parties. Will members, when their names are called out, please step forward to the stage to take their oath or affirmation, as the case may be. Members will, after taking the oath or affirmation, return to their seats to sign duplicate certificates at their desks. Members are requested to leave their certificates at their desks when they leave the chamber. After I have countersigned the certificates, members will receive one of the certificates for their records. These certificates will be sent to the members through their party representatives. The returning officer will now call out the names, but I also want to inform the House that the returning officer, as well as assistant returning officers, have taken their oath or affirmation before me. Returning officer.
Castellina Pamela. Ramaphosa Matamela Cyril. Tatile Shipokoza Paulus. Tashe Gwede Samson. Upa Marupini. Lamula Ronald Ozzy. Melane Tembisile Pumelele. Tabeni Kumbucho Poppy Silence. Tolashe Nokuzola Gladys. Mahlobo Mbangiseni David.
You can share with me as a baby.
May I see those who will take the oath, if they can raise their hands. Those who will take the oath, okay. Or is it everybody here? Okay, all right. Have you seen the oath that you are about to take? Are the mics working?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
You consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read the oath aloud so that the people of South Africa can hear what you are committing yourself to.
Mna Phemi Majodina ndiyafunga okokuba ndiza kunyaniseka kwiRepublic yoMzantsi Afrika kwaye ndiza kuthobela ndiwuhlonele ndiwuxhase umgaqo-siseko kwakunye nayo yonke into eminye imithetho yeRepublic. Kananjalo ndiyathembisa ngokunyanisekileyo okokuba ndiza kuyenza imisebenzi yam njengelungu lendlu yowiso-mthetho yesizwe kangangoko ndinako.
So,
Thank you. I'm not happy because I'm not sure that people hear. So can I have another one? Then I can lead them.
Yeah,
Well, we'll find another way to make sure that the people know exactly what you have read. I will, when I get a copy, I will read it out so that everybody knows what you have read. I know that some of you have already raised their hands, but I'm just going to say, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
Ngoko ke ndincede Thixo.
Thank you very much. You may go back to your seats and leave your certificates on your desk when you leave, because I will sign them later. And do sign your certificates.
Kekana Pinky Sharon. Masondo David. Ubai Mamuluku Traiposa. Mahambe Shala Tandi. Utswaledi Pakishe Aaron. Idiza Angela Togozile. Punu Edward Senzo. Chikunga Lydia Sindisiwe. Odongwana Enoch. Tauli Noneba Bianca.
Have you all seen the oath that you are about to take, or affirmation that you are about to take?
Yes.
You consider the oath or affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes.
And let me see those who are going to do the oath. Okay, and there are two who are going to do the affirmation. Okay, all right. Please, before you read, I'm going to read for the benefit of the public, because I think they can't hear when you read there what exactly you are reading. The oath that members of the National Assembly take, and affirmation reads, "I," and then the name of the member, "swear," or if it's an affirmation, "solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability." And if it's an oath, they say, "So help me God." And if it's an affirmation, they say, "I do." So I thought it's important that the public should know exactly the contents of the oath that will be taken. I've read it only once. I won't be reading it again. It's just to make sure that those who are watching know exactly what the contents of the oath is. Please go ahead and read the oath or affirmation aloud.
I
Those who did the oath, raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." And those who did the affirmation, you say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you very much. You can return to your seats, sign your certificates, and when you leave the chamber, leave the certificates on your desk.
Hazen John Henry, Wahube Siviwe, Lotrit Anneli, Labuschagne Kathleen, Van der Walt Desiree, Masango Bridget Staff, Nodada Bakolile Babongile, Paula Diane, McClure Joseph Job, George Dion.
Have you all seen the oath that you are about to take or affirmation that you are about to take? Yes. You have no objection to taking the oath and taking the affirmation?
No.
No? Do you consider the oath or affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Read the oath or affirmation aloud.
I, Batoli Mthethwa, that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa, pay respect to the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic of South Africa. I solemnly promise perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability. So help me God.
When you are done, those who did the oath, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." And I say there was no affirmation. Thank you.
Malatsi Muba Solomon, Mazoni Natasha Wendy Anita, McPherson Dean William, Marais Eric Johannes, Breitenbach Glenis, Bergman Darren, Sarupin Esho Nick, Hansinger Christian Hans Henrik, Basson Leonard Jones, Whitfield Andrew Grant.
Have you all seen the oath that you are about to take or affirmation that you are about to take? Yes, sir. Do you have any objection to taking the oath or affirmation? No. Consider the oath or affirmation binding on your conscience? Yes. Please read the oath or affirmation aloud.
I, William Solomon Malasa, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Those who did the affirmation, raise your right hand and say, "I do."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Maumapilo Supra Obakeng Ramoletsi. Techa Mathieu Angelina. Igaba Knowledge Malusi Kanyezi. Ize Swelini Lawrence. Maswanganyi Kakani Joseph. Hilo Shela Poli, Tuli Mtumiseni, Maimela Komoto Joy, Masemula Namade Dixon, Pule Dina Deliwe.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation that you're about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience? Read the oath or affirmation as the case may be aloud.
Swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, raise your right hands and say, so help me God. And those who took the affirmation, say, I do. I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Abada Zelna Saira, Damini Senzo Selby, Kasa Msawenkosi, Tabuhlangene, Kasa Nompumelelo Matilda, Wabaza Nhlahla Bernard, Kanyile Nongwalisa Princess, Kuzwayo Tamsanga Fortune, Madlala Emerald, Kwenzokuhle, Mafangane Mohaeji Carol, Malinga Dafta Sihle. Malema Julius Silo, Mente Kuna Veronica Zovuyo, Shivambu Niko Floyd, Maotwe Ompile Mankoba Confidence, Damini Marshall Mzingisi, Mairola Popi Rasibe, Kalipi Hlengiwe Octavia, Mateis Lien, Dozi Mbuiseni Quintin, Noluchungu Nondando, Tabisa Velenkosi Fiki, Utelezi Elfas Mfakazeli, Singh Narend, Ngobo Siposetu Lindinkosi, Tengwa Mkhuleko, Kebekhulu Russell Sikayezwe, Mwango Mangaka Albert, Zondo Sanele Sethembeni, Majozi Zandile, Utelezi Tutuko Yezwe Zuzifa, or Zuzifa, sorry.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation that you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking the oath or affirmation as the case may be?
No.
Consider the oath or affirmation binding on your conscience.
Yes.
Please read the oath or affirmation as the case may be aloud.
I, Tutuko Yezwe Zuzifa Buthelezi, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." And those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seat. Do remember to sign the certificates when you get to your seats.
Mackenzie Gayton, Souls Ashley, Rocky Felicity Suzanne, Oscat Cleo, Kojane Stacy Lee Gabby, Freeman Evangeline, DeBrain Katrina, Jonas Gavin Franklin, Peterson Jasmine Shannon.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation, as the case may be, that you are about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking the oath or affirmation, as the case may be?
No.
I don't hear whether you're saying yes, we have an
We have
objection.
no objection.
No objection.
Okay. Do you consider the oath or affirmation, as the case may be, binding on your conscience?
Yes, we
Yes,
do.
sir.
Yes.
we do.
Chief Justice.
Please read the oath or affirmation aloud.
I,
I,
Ashley Souls, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who did the oath, raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." Those who did the affirmation, say, "I do."
So help me God.
You may return to your seats.
Grunewald Petrus Johannes, Mulder Cornelius Petrus, Wessels Wouter Wynand, Van Staden Philippus Adrian, Boshoff Wynand Johannes, Denner Helois,
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation that you are about to take? Have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud.
Ek, Louise Denner, verklaar plegtig trou aan die Republiek van Suid-Afrika en dat ek die grondwet en die ander reg van die Republiek sal gehoorsaam, eerbiedig en onderhou, en ek beloof plegtig om my funksies as lid van die nasionale vergadering na my beste vermoë uit te voer.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Those who did the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Ungubele Mondli, Utambi Azuyangwisi Faith, Prisi Barbara Dallas, Matale Kazel Charlie, Uornov Giardas Velem, Tapa Rosemary Noguzola, Ramuhupa Hoshientsu David, Chauke Bejani Freddy, Meth Noma Kosazana, Manamela Khwadiri Buti,
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation that you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
Nna Kgosientsho David Ramogopa ke kana gore ke tla botagalela Repabliki ya Aforika Borwa ke tla obamela ka tlhompha le go šireletša molaotheo le melao ye mengwe ka moka ya Repabliki gape ke tlama gore bjalo ka leloko la ngwako ya bosetšhaba ke tla phethagatša mešomo ya ka bokgoni ka moka.
Those who did the oath, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Modimo nthuše.
Affirmation, not raise your hand, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Beasley Ellen David, James Derilyn Elana, Kobe Malebo Patricia, Itape Teboho Hositsile Solomon, Gobeni Lerato Mikateko, Trolip Roland Athol Price,
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I do swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and respect and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who did the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Khanyani Mulapi Soviet. Ganga Kabashe Lungi Anet. Odlimpi Zuko. Angoni Kusela Lwanjegasi Nobatim. Gotes Alvin. Luza Njabulo Bega. Tabeni Abrams Stella Tembisa. Asina Mzwandile Colin. Muraka Anna Tandi. Alumango Ronalda Shivon.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience? Yes. Please read it aloud.
I, Anna Tandi Muraka, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Masilela Sidwell Matholeni, Matutu Mandlenkosi James, Bata Moses Sipho, Mbele Hazel Ndombenhle, Mchunu Guguletu, Menyazo Isaac Khalibowi, Mfiki Francis Bongani, Mkwebi Nomado Grace, Jaju Tembinkosi Siboniso, Ize Ndombenhle.
Lillian Amelia, Alexandra Wendy Robin, Atkinson Patrick George, Okamp Willem Abraham Stefanus, Bagram Michael.
Looks like they cannot hear. Like some cannot hear.
One, two.
Maybe you should just read the names again.
Abrams, Alexandra Lillian Amelia, Alexandra Wendy Robin, Atkinson Patrick George, Okamp Willem Abraham Stefanus, Bagram Michael, Bapti Edwin Victor, Bateman Andrew Gordon, Bath Edwin McRae, Budlani Chifalelo Katlejo, Bowman Nicole Jane.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take?
Yes.
Have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience? Yes. Please read it aloud.
I, Patrick George Atkinson, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God. Those who, yes, go ahead, so help me God.
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Ketyana Yazini, Damini Mbali, Hambo Vuyani, Uhlala Rebecca, Shabela Renilwe, Kaula Sibongile Makoti, Matiase Sem Mtako, Matulelwa Babalwa, Kafeni Nolivuyo, Yako Yoliswa noma Mpondomise. Malema Julius Silo. Mente Nkuna Veronica Zovuyo. Ivambu Nico Floyd. Mautwe Ompile Mankoba Confidence. Damini Marshall Mzingisi. Mailula Poppy Raisibe. Kalipi Thengiwe Octavia. Mateus Lee N. Dozi Mbuiseni Quentin. Noluchungu Nondando.
Dr. Ndlozi, maybe you could join another one. There are already 3 of you in one, on one mic. Maybe. Will you manage?
Can you go there?
God will hear me. Thank you.
Come here.
Have you all seen the oath or affirmation that you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
No.
Do you consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
So help me God.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, raise your right hand and say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Tetyana Yazini, Damini Mbali, Hambo Vuyani, Mushala Rebecca, Mashabela Renilwi, Paula Sibongile Makoti, Matthias Sem Mtako, Matulelwa Babalwa, Tafeni Nolufuyo, Yako Yoliswa Nomampondomise.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take? Have you seen it? Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud.
And I solemnly promise to fulfill my functions as a member of the members to the best of my abilities.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Kabane Nobuhle Pamela, Lekhwete Molefi David, Sikalala Sihle, Zimande Bonginkosi Emmanuel, Malimaja Christopher Nakampe, Nemadzinga Chavalala Judith, Zina Pumzile Sinclair, Adams Rachel Cecilia, Apiri Muhadi Johanna, Bartlett Martha.
Have you all seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Judith Namadzinga Chabalala, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and to obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Ila Kinswalo Joyce, Dankulu Nkensani Kate, Benz Ngamashe Zolile, Bani Musa Steve, Dauke Tsehufatso Megan, Tute Irald Alzano, David Sharon Winona, Domo Sibongiseni Maxwell, Kale Masifako Clara, Ireko Tikeledi Rosemary.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you are about to take?
Ewe.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
Aye.
Consider it binding on your conscience.
Ewe.
Please read it aloud.
Mna Zolile Benz Namashe ndifunga okokuba ndinyaniseka kwiRepublic yoMzantsi Afrika kwaye
respect and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who did the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
For those who took the affirmation, say, "I do," and to your seats. Thank you.
Kize Siyabonga Percival, Mokgotsi Kgarathu Agnes, Mudli Shunmugam Ramsemi, Mutaung Hamilton, Mutshekgwe Citrin Mpho, Mutubatse Mushumi Patrick, Mthethwa Zwelakhe Elijah, Mthweni Nokwethemba Antonio, Muhammad Miriam Bibi, Mwali Sanele Gregory.
Tebe Sillo Leon, Akude Doris Eunice, Elanga Mluleki, Akmo Cameroon Mayor, Bunjwa Marianne Lindelo, Prolik Cedric Thomas, Kancho Ngabisa, Na Nomalungelo, Ovana Yanga, Ala Zimasi Mike.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Cameron Dugmore, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution, all other law of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So,
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
so help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
Luthuli Bekizizwe Ndivad, Vandermerwe Liesel Linda, Buthelezi Sibuyiselwe Angela, Kadebe Nhlanhla Mzungezwa, Thole Kethamabala Petros, Maki Busapi Eleanor, Hlongo nompumelelo, happiness.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud.
I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa, will obey and respect the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Took the affirmation, say, "I do," and to your seats.
Hassan Fasiha Tongo Altias Tembile Kakilwe Peti Mutibele Khabo Kwalantle David Kumalo Juliet Queen Kodwa Nediso good enough Baka Andisiwe Nangamso Letsi Walter Teboho Itzike Mapaseka Steve Emily Ikharaba Libuani Ethel
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Juliet Queen Kumalo, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic.
I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Low Setukanelo Tsepo David Lucas Sylvia Elizabeth Babi Betha Peace Matuna Ndando Mayeko Selo Meshek Magagula Togozile Elizabeth Mahlangu Sipho Samuel Mahlauli Mikateko Golden Makasi Nolutando Mahato Muyahabo Paulina
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience. Read it aloud.
I, Felix Mabi, swear
Meerplegtig trouw aan de Republiek van Zuid-Afrika en dat ik de grondwet en de andere rechten van de Republiek zal gehoorzamen, eerbiedig en onderhoud. En ik beloof plechtig of mijn functies als lid van de Nationale Vergadering naar de beste van mijn vermogen uit te voeren.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help my God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. The gentleman who came late will have to join the next group, or he hasn't taken the oath properly. Yeah. The secretary will indicate whether I should join the next group or will come later. Okay, all right.
Ube Pinky Pieljin, Ela Nhlamulo, Ubane Joel Sihle, Kani Tabang Theophilus, Nomvalo Sibonelo, Chaba Delisile, Chingila Edward Mzikaise, Ngumalo Nkosinati Innocent, Kweta Augustina Madala, Kadebe Shekilisiho.
Burke Mark John, Amarin Ian, Chance Roger William Tobias, Virgin, Christian Delmain Chelsea, Christy Catherine Alexandra, Clark Michelle Odette, Cuthbert Matthew John, De Block van Schlettinger Andrew Dirk, De Villiers John Nordia.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud.
As a member of the National Assembly, to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
And to your seats.
Obrecht, Jano, Isak, Farad, Gondwe, Mimi, Martha, Ghoos, Ronaldo, Graham, Marie, Samantha, Jane, Hutton, Christian, Horn, Werner, Ishmael, Hasina, Banu, Jacobs, Liam, Chad, Jordan, Siska.
Okay, that's fine.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it? Do you consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Hasina Banu Ismail, solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Mare Polniter, Kwena Lehlohonolo Goodwill, Shonyana Konziwe Ntokozo Fortunate, Tembekwayo Suzanne Sophie, Mayhouse Carl Gelhadas, Dishe Sikolise, Manyi Mzwanele, Mohale Tapelo, Lose Mazwi, Shikwambana Mandla.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God." Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." You may return to your seats.
Makubele Lusizo Sharon, Aneli Boyce Makosonke, Ashele Timothy Victor, Matabata Kupu Sandy, Matafa Oscar Masaruna, Mbido Inati Miranda, Kunu Tembeka Buyisile, Weba Teliswa, Haule Mahabu Regina, Mkutu Lufefe.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you are about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience? Yes. Please read it aloud.
I, Boyce Makosonke Maneli, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the land. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Ready Fisfin Khopal, Kwekana Mabel, Selepe Khonono Daniel, Shangase Lungisani graduate, Kosana David Mandla, Themba Albert Tsepo, Thomsana Mzonke, Van Royan David Douglas Dez, Kaba Tabisile Mildred, Zuma Sambudla Duduzile, Zongumakas Sifiso.
Obisa Ngaba Kabelo, Kakao Karabo Lerato, Kanyile Tembisile Angel, Loper Damien Dominic, Creyer Henrik Christian Crawford, Leroux Carl Velom Dupree, Linde Elmari, Lorima James Robert Byrne, Mabena Tamsa Ngabe Kokwake, Madigizela Bonginkosi Success.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Lodi, Ndluli, Darkus George, Malam Kevin John, Moore Stephen James, Mpeti Liolo, Myberg Nicholas George, Nana Melindy Evant, Peach Waldry Dennis, Poole Conrad James.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it? Do you consider it binding on your conscience? Please read it aloud.
Nicholas George Myberg, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa, will obey, respect, and uphold all other laws of the Republic. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
Thank you. Please return to your seats.
Potgieter, Leah Ruth, Powell, Emma Louise, Romanjalo Tumelo Robert, Roos, Adrian Christopher, Schikkerling Lisa Marie, Schreiber Leon Amos, Setroli Isaac Sello, Shalembe Malika Limon, Singh Shara, Sitoli Rasecha Jane.
Shall we share?
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
Nna Isaac Sello Sintlolo, ke ikana gore ke tla nna boikanyego mo Rephaboliking ya Aforika Borwa mme ke tla ikobela ka tlotlo le go tshegetsa melaotheo le melao e mengwe yotlhe ya Rephaboliki ya Aforika Borwa mme ke solofetsa ka tlhomamiso go dira ditiro tsa me jaaka botlhale le lefoko la kwano bosetšhaba.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
a Modimo a nthuse.
Those who took the affirmation say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Meshwe Kenneth Rasilabi Joseph, Pring Wayne Maxim, Swart Stephen Nicholas, Olomisa Bantu Bonke Harrington, Kwankwa Ngabayomzi Lawrence Saziso, Nontenja Christobel Tandiwe, Zibi Songezo Sipiwo, Ghana Stanford Mahashule, Maimane Musi Aloysius, Webster Nobuntu Lindumusa,
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it? No. Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Maxim Bond, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, I do. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats.
Mulutsane Matsulu Lisbeth, Modise Pia Muleboheng, Muela Muhodu Samuel, Mufukeng Masetsejo Lina, Muhai Seiso Joel, Mukwena Julian Liseletsi, Mulwelwe Nongeba Agnes, Murolong Itiseng Kenneth, Mosikatsi Sophia, Kaham Zoleli,
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and I will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all the other laws of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Tolo Nombuso Elizabeth, Nyai Shilichi Bethwell, Bana Nonkosi Queenie, Dalane Nanda Anna, Damase Pumelele, Nila May Helen Elizabeth, Nel Andries Carl, Kopane Dombovuyo Silver Rose, Kosi Nomgqibelo Ethel, Nonsele Ncedisi.
This side.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Phumelele Ndamase, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my abilities.
Thank you. Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do."
I do.
And to your seats.
Zungula Vuyolwetu, Mahau Thandiswa Linen, Hendricks Mohammed Hanif Ibrahim, Ismail Musa Imran, Adams Fadil, Frenchman Sakina, Nyonso Mzwanele, Mahlatsi Lehlohonolo Wonderboy, Dilil Patricia.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience. Please read it aloud.
I, Fari swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect and uphold the Constitution and all the law of the Republic.
ndiwuxhasa umgaqo-siseko
I solemnly
kwakunye
promise to perform
nayo
my
yonke
functions
eminye
as a
imithetho
member of the
yeriphablikhi
National Assembly to the
kananjalo
best of my
ndiyathembisa ngokonyanisekileyo okokuba ndizokuyenza imisebenzi yam njengelungu yendlumiso-mthetho yesizwe kangangoko ndinako ngoko ke ndincede Thixo ophila enyameni.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Anaga Lillian, Komane Lancel Mashidiga, Kwebane Busisiwe Joyce, Konto Constance Nontlantla, Lekape Molabongeng Sharon, Montwedi Motusi, Diale Betty Kejisaletse, Tito Lorato, Kangwini Elseb Natasha.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take? Yes. Do you have any objection to taking it? Consider it binding on your conscience? Allowed.
Mina, Constance swear that I will faithfully to the Republic and will obey and respect and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the country, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Njengelilunga lelibandla lavelonke ngako ke lokusemandleni ami.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God. Those who took the affirmation, say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Smith Christian Frederick Bayers, Smith Ryan, Spies Eleanor, Rochelle Jacqueline, Van Zyl Anna Maria, Wakelin Kingley's Hope, Vilakazi Sibongiseni Harold, Zondi Spesihle.
Have you seen the oath you're about, or affirmation you're about to take? Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Do you consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Slangiseni Gerald Vilagazi, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect and uphold the constitutional laws of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Took the affirmation, say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Qola Qola, Chali Leona Lindiwe, Phahla Matume Joseph, Piri Carol Mukhadi, Polwane Makhalake Benilwe, Plakis Windy Timotheus David, Ramaila Kia Mutseng Stanley, Ramolobeng Anthea, Sapo Lindelwa, Seyabi Albert Mamuka.
Have you seen the oath or affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
I, Carol Mukhadi, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will respect and uphold
promise to perform my functions as member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, say, I do. Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Ikoati Siparo Charles, Silamulela Sililo Donald, Sine Masilo, Tawa, Shabangu, Fisani Lillian, Shiviti, Tsakani Goodness, Sibiya Ntutuko Mbongiseni, Siweya, Lani Tembi, Skosana, Gijimani Jim, Sokhanyile Thokozile, Sokopo Mzwanele Major.
Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take? Any objection to taking? Start afresh, not everybody. Have you seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Allowed.
I, Siaparo Charles Sekwadi, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Took the affirmation, say, "I do." Thank you. You may return to your seats.
Sompa Masiu, Nombiselo Susan, Soju Mahutsu Magdalene, Subrathi Sheikh Imran, Swartz Bernice, Ikana Gotiwe Weziwe, Tong Kerileng Christina, Shotetsi Noble Chiamo, Kabanchaba Pindisile Pretty, Heko Sheila Tembalam.
Have you all seen the oath of affirmation you're about to take?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to taking it?
No.
Consider it binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Read it aloud.
I, Bernice Swartz, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly swear to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of my ability.
Those who took the oath, please raise your right hands and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Those who took the affirmation, please say, "I do." Are there any members who did not get a chance to be sworn in? Everybody has been sworn in. We will now proceed Part D of program that relates to
Chief Justice.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Wanted to request for a 30-minute break to have a caucus before we start with the process of nominating the speaker and deputy speaker. So we are requesting that we should take a 30 minutes break to have a caucus to consolidate the oppositions. By
At this stage, what I propose to do, honorable member, is to read what I need to read, and then once I've finished that, we can then take it from there. So I need to read this first, and then we will look at whether we can have a break or not. The members having been sworn in, we will now proceed to the election of office bearers as envisaged in sections 52(1) and 86(1) of the Constitution. As I indicated earlier on, I have made rules for the conduct of this meeting as contemplated by the Constitution in item 9, schedule 3. Understand that copies of the rules are on your desks. I also, as indicated earlier on, have indicated that I have appointed the following persons to be the returning officers to assist me in the proceedings of these. They are Mr. X. George as returning officer, and the following as assistant returning officers: Mr. M. Taso, Ms. T.V. Lyons, Mr. T.R. Malime, Advocate V.P. Ngaleka, Mr. M.H. Plachis, Advocate J. Manyange, Mr. A.T. Nahe, Mr. P. Handik, Advocate A.A. Ephraim, Mr. F.J. Basson, Ms. R. Tinda, Mr. M. Doti, Ms. N.C. Manjezi, Mr. G. Matakane, Advocate N. Mongo, Mr. K.I. Buso, Ms. C.N. Bengu, and Ms. F. Ismail. As I indicated earlier on, they have all taken the oath or affirmation, as the case may be, for such office before me.
Determination of the first sitting of the National Assembly by the Chief Justice in terms of Section 51(1) of the Constitution, following upon the declaration of the national and provincial election results by the Independent Electoral Commission on Sunday, 2nd June 2024, I, the undersigned, Raymond Nyamezeli Mlungisi Zondo, Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa, hereby determine in terms of Section 51, subsection 1 of the Constitution, that the first sitting of the National Assembly shall be on Friday, 14 June 2024 at 10 a.m. Signed in Johannesburg on this Monday, the 10th of June 2024.
Thank you, Secretary. The meeting will now proceed to the election of a Speaker of this House. Before I call for nominations, I have to remind members that in terms of the Constitution, each nomination must be submitted on the prescribed form and duly seconded. Furthermore, I have to draw the attention of the members, especially to item 4 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, in terms of which there may be no debate. There will now be an opportunity for nominations for Speaker of the National Assembly.
Chief Justice.
I will attend to you just now.
But we have asked for a break. It's basic. Can we be given a break to caucus, please?
Was it Honorable Shivambu who had requested an adjournment? Do you want to make your request again?
Can we make a request to have a break for 30 minutes to have a caucus about the process that is about to happen now? We want to consolidate our position, and it's constitutional to make this request. It's within the law. How do you refuse us to talk?
You are asking
you can't
for
suppress the freedom to talk.
You are asking for how long? 15 minutes?
I said 30.
30?
Yes.
And the purpose is?
Caucus, about the process that is about to happen now.
But why would you not have caucused before?
We want to consolidate the position now. Chief Justice, we want to consolidate the position. It's allowed, it's a request, it's allowed to make a request. It's within the Constitution. Please protect our rights.
Well, you know, everybody has known we are going to have this first sitting today for quite some time now.
Can we please allow us our right to go and consolidate a position? It's a request that as members of parliament must be allowed to make. Don't force feed us a different approach. We are asking for a caucus for 30 minutes now. Please.
Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to allow a comfort break. I'm going to allow a comfort break of 15 minutes, and then we are going to return. Secretary, 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 Secretary. Yeah.
Hello?
The proceedings are there.
Yes. Yes, Studio 9. We are standing by. As the judge allowed for the break, because I cut out.
It's a requirement that the acceptance will be in writing, but I do nevertheless want to ask whether the nominee will accept the nomination.
Chief Justice, my name is Angela Thokozile Didiza. I hereby accept the nomination as the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. Are there other nominations? Okay, thank you. We'll wait for the nomination form. Yeah.
Chief Justice,
Yes.
I have a nomination for the position of Speaker for the 7th Parliament.
Oh, please hold on. I will give you a chance just now. We're just waiting for the nomination form. Ms. Thokozile Angela Didiza, I have now been finished with the nomination form. May I confirm that the signature below your name on this form is your signature?
Chief Justice, I wish to confirm that the signature on the nomination form is mine.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there other nominations?
Yes, there is.
Yes.
My name is Vuyolwethu Zongola Udosini. I am nominating Untombo Vuyo Veronica Mente for the position of Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? I don't see any hand. Okay. Yes, I recognize the hand. Please.
Chief Justice, I support the nomination.
Okay. What is the name of the seconder? Yeah. Mention your full names.
Bantu bonke Holomisa.
Bantu bonke Holomisa.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't see from here. Okay. Thank you. The nominee, do you accept the nomination?
Chief Justice, igama lam nguNtombo Vuyo Veronica Mente, ndiyayamkela nomination yokuba nguSpeaker.
Thank you very much. We'll now wait for the form. the form for the nomination of Ms. Veronica Monte has been handed up to me, but the person reflected as the second proposer or seconder is not the one who seconded, namely General Bantu Holomisa. Can I ask that the form, that error be corrected and the form be brought back? Thank you. In the meantime, if there are other nominations, I invite them. The form will be corrected and then returned, or a new one sent up to me. Are there other nominations? I don't see any indication. Okay. It looks like there are no further nominations. I therefore, yeah, are they bringing a new one? Yeah, okay. We are just waiting for this form to be finalized. I just want to remind members that the nomination form reflects that the first proposer and the second proposer should put in not just their names, but also their signatures. So apparently the latest form did not have the signatures. So if members can remember that. There are two members of the National Assembly who have been nominated, and their nominations are valid. They are Ms. Thokozile Angela Didiza and Ms. Ntombovuyo Veronica Mentenkuna. Since more than one candidate has been nominated, a secret ballot will take place in terms of item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution. I therefore now suspend the proceedings to allow the returning officer to prepare ballot papers. We shall resume the proceedings when the bells are rung. You may take lunch during the break. The proceedings are suspended.
of people who prize constitutionalism and the Bill of Rights as sacrosanct, and who will work together to protect our constitutional democracy from assaults and attempts to undermine it by the forces of those who do not believe in constitutionalism and would seek to see our constitution diluted or done away with. I believe that we will be taking into government our experience and expertise at local government, but also in the province of the Western Cape, and to put this towards assisting the growth of South Africa nationally. The agreement is mindful of the fact that there will be disagreements amongst the political parties, and there are dispute resolution mechanisms contained therein. Chief amongst these is the principle that was very widely used in the CODESA negotiations of sufficient consensus, and the document describes what that is. We believe that the call of South Africa now is that those who prize freedom, who prize democracy, and who want to see a democratic future with a stable government now requires maturity from all parties. The voters have also said the time for finger pointing is now over, and given the fact that our country faces enormous crises, and we must not underestimate the challenge that face a potential government of national unity, things like the unemployment rate, things like crime, things like infrastructure that is in a perilous state, and the forces that are amassing to undermine democracy. The road ahead will not be easy, but I believe that the path that we have chosen to walk down by extending an open hand and an open heart to other parties who share those values and principles is the right way. Democratic consolidation around the rational centre in South African politics is essential if we are to protect and defend our government and our democracy from the radicals on both the left and right who would seek to undermine the constitutional gains and the constitutional values contained in our democracy.
Cool. Let's follow
manifesto called for the abolition of the Constitution and its replacement by a sovereign parliament and a dilution of the rule of law by removing the power of the courts in the country. These are diametrically opposed to the basic tenets of a democracy in the country, and therefore that is why we said we would not be part of a government that included parties that are themselves implacably opposed to the constitutional values and principles and the Bill of Rights. If the ANC chose to go into a government with them, well, we'd be very happy to sit on the opposition benches and perform an opposition role. But the foundation of the document is a commitment to constitutionalism and the Bill of Rights in its entirety, which recognizes South Africa with all its diversity and which sets out very clearly what those values and principles contained in the Constitution are. We will work with constitutionalists to consolidate the democratic center in South Africa. We will not work with radicals who seek to undermine it.
Cool. Yes, let's go ahead.
Mr. Theonazen, the youth and students want to know, what is the DA's position on NASFIS, and can we please have a justification for it?
Well, we fundamentally believe in NASFIS and we want to see it expanded and we want to see it more efficient. Part of the reason why we believe that we can bring good, clean, accountable government is to make sure that less money is being siphoned off and stolen and more money is being spent on students and the people of South Africa. I believe that having a party that has shown in word and deed where it is governed, that it has a commitment to good, clean, accountable government with clean audits in all Western Cape government departments, with the City of Cape Town's consecutive clean audits, with Midvaal municipalities' consecutive clean audits, that we have shown very clearly that we are committed to ensuring that every cent of public money is spent on the people and not the politicians. So the students can expect to have more money being allocated to student needs and student requirements and to higher education. And one of the commitments in the foundational agreement is a commitment to advancing the people of South Africa through education, through training and through skills. The NSFAS system will be key to that, and we look forward to assisting the government to clean out that system so that we can make sure that the money is spent on the people and not the politicians.
Good. For the last round, we'll go SABC, ENCA, Newsroom, and we'll take one from the PJ. Paul, yeah. Cool.
Mercedes, you have a question?
SABC.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, Mercedes. How are
Hi,
you?
I'm fine.
Good, good.
How are you?
Good.
I just want to know, I haven't heard much, but will you be supporting the candidature of Chocolate? And the reason why I'm asking, when I was
therefore we will work with him, just as we will join hands with any person in the political spectrum who is genuinely committed to clean, corruption-free, transparent government that delivers to the people and focus like a laser beam on getting rid of poverty, of fighting unemployment, of making sure that South African citizens have electricity in their homes and in our economy, and that we are on a trajectory that is moving upwards, not downwards. We look forward to taking a mature role in helping to build the future of South Africa. This is a new chapter for South Africa. Never in our lifetime again will we believe see a majority party in government. The era of coalitions is on us, and we have had to adapt to that environment and adapt to it quickly, because it is the new reality and will be the new reality for some time to come. So we have adapted to that. We are going to play our role and do what we can to make sure that we answer the call of the voters of the country, but also the call of our country in its hour of greatest need in protecting and defending it against the forces of those who would seek our democracy to be undermined, our constitution to be invalidated, and our people to be cast into greater suffering. We go into this with our eyes wide open. We go into this with an open hand and an open commitment to working with President Ramaphosa, the ANC, with Velenkosini Stabisa and the IFP, and with the other parties that may or may not join at some stage, to put our shoulder to the wheel now and move our country forward in the right direction together.
Cool. Colleagues, thank you very much. We'll update afterwards. The bells are ringing.
Eh? It'll be the ANC's deputy president. Yeah. We don't vote on it. Yeah.
No, I know.
Yeah.
So Paul Machar.
I don't know who they're going to nominate.
Yes, Natasha, good afternoon to you. Is it morning or afternoon? Afternoon. Good afternoon and good afternoon to the viewers at home. Yes, certainly I can confirm that, and I'm really honored that the African National Congress has given me this important responsibility of being the chief whip of the civil administration. I have no doubt that together with my colleagues who are very experienced, very knowledgeable, we will discharge our responsibility in a way that will not only make the ANC
Exactly.
Matsidiso,
Don't you want to hire me there by your station?
and go interview Baba.
Don't you want to hire me there by your station? Hello? Yeah? I'm asking for a job.
Why would you want my job? Did you not get?
Not your job.
Did you not get a
Any
mayor
job.
fired?
You can be my. I didn't get anybody fired.
You may be seated. We shall now resume the proceedings. The assistant returning officers will now show that the ballot boxes are empty and close them.
It must look down.
Thank you. The voting booths are there, and when you go and make your mark, Please don't take pictures or selfies. The procedure will be as follows. Members will be called in alphabetical order according to their surnames. When their names are called, members must collect a ballot paper from the voting table. As previously mentioned, members of the National Assembly have already taken the oath or affirmation of faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution, so it won't be necessary to do that now. After collecting a ballot paper, each member must proceed to one of the ballot booths and make a clear cross in the box alongside the name of the nominated member of his or her choice. After making the mark on the ballot paper, and while still in the booth, members should fold their paper in a way that the official mark can be seen by the assistant returning officer at the ballot box. After the assistant returning officer has noted the mark on the ballot paper, members should deposit it in the ballot box and return to their seats. The returning officer will now call upon members to vote.
Before that, Chief Justice, a point of before.
Hello?
Honorable Chief Justice.
Yes.
My name is
Which rule is that?
Bendizama ujonga into yoba ingaba i-party agents xa kuzawuvotwa nje azifuneki na.
No party agents. Please proceed, returning officer. Returning officer.
Abrahams, ALA. Adams, F. Adams, RC. Alexander, WR. Apiri, MJ. Atkinson, PG. Ocamp, WAS. Bahrain, M. Bapti, EV.
That quick? Oh, it's only two. But only once. Oh. I'm saying, is it that quick now? I remember we only vote once. One position. Not many. I'm used to voting for top 7 or.
You vote once.
And one person.
That will count.
Bartlett, M. Passon, LJ. Bateman, AG. Bath, EM. Beasley, AD. Bergman, D. Bila, TJ. Bilankulu, NK. Blosse, MB. Botlani, TK.
contest. Ufini was contested? No. It was live in Greece.
It's only when the was contested.
Remember, they put two bandits there. No see more. Coke.
Ballman NJ, Boshielo SP, Boshoff WJ, Botius A, Bradenbach G, Bioke MJ, Benz Ngamashe Z, Butelezi EM, Butelezi NZ, Butelezi SA.
Cameroon I, Kapa RN, Kabekulu RN, Tabane MS, Trans RWT, Chauke BF, Chauke T, JTM, Chikunga LS, Christians GC.
Thanks, Alicia, and welcome back to Parliament, sitting at the Cape Town International Convention Centre. This is, of course, the first sitting of the 7th administration. And with me is SABC News' politics editor, Mzwai Mbeje. Mzwai, it's been an interesting morning. We've seen the strategy and tactics. We're now at the point, of course, where the voting is underway. And this is for the first position that they will be voting for, one of three this afternoon, which is position of Speaker.
Oh yes, Sakina, it does look like it's going to be a long day because the Progressive Caucus has decided that they will not just allow those who have decided to form the government of national unity to go unchallenged. I think this is the first sign that we are seeing here. Toko Didiza was put up as the speaker by the ANC, of course supported by those who are in the National Government of Unity. But then we saw Vuyo Zungula raise the name of Veronica Mente of the EFF. So clearly, so this is the strategy, as you've said, going forward. From here, we're still going to go to the Deputy Speaker. And of course, the big one, the election of the president, so which will be quite interesting. And I think it's a statement, despite that they know they may not necessarily have the numbers, but also do remember it's a secret ballot, so you'd never know what could potentially happen sometimes next time.
It may amount to something, it may not.
Absolutely.
But it was interesting that going into this session today, there was no certainty for anybody going into this first sitting.
As late as 10 o'clock, Sakina, when we spoke to key people, Helen Zille, who we spoke to live on SABC News, she basically said there was no deal at that time, even at that late hour, because whilst they were agreeing broadly on certain principles to constitute the government of national unity, there were still some sticking issues. But I think during the course of the sitting, some people were busy with negotiations, so somehow they were able to then iron out some of those issues. We've had John Steenhuisen, the leader of the DA, confirm that they indeed will vote for the president, which tells you that those uncertainties and perhaps disagreements have somehow been either temporarily suspended or deferred or ironed out. But I think one of the words that I've mentioned there is actually the correct one.
And of course, it all remains to be seen as we see the leader of the Good Party, Patricia de Lille, cast her ballot there. And this is, of course, if you've just joined us, voting currently underway for the position of Speaker. Just coming into shot there, the lady herself, Togo Didiza, in line waiting to cast her vote. And I would imagine she would vote for herself as the Speaker of the National Assembly. She was, of course, nominated by the former Chief Whip of the African National Congress, Phemi Majodina. And this is what is currently happening. And there are still 2 more nominations to come today. It's already 20 minutes after 2, and we still need to go through the nominations and then, of course, the voting for the Deputy Speaker and then for the President. And it's going to be interesting to see how all of that unfolds, especially the Deputy Speaker. Professor Pierre de Vos earlier, Mzwai was talking about how that could be an interesting one, because we do believe that there will be a candidate from the Democratic Alliance who's put up. And it's going to be interesting because I would imagine if the Progressive Caucus has now put up a candidate for Speaker, they probably will put someone forward for the Deputy Speaker position. But will they put someone forward for President?
I think because it's the big one and they're making a statement, they certainly are likely to do it. And I don't think this is not actually new. The DA has always done this before today's sitting, where they are forced to work together with the ANC. The DA, despite not having the numbers, I think as a statement or as a principled position, so they've always put forward a candidate didn't matter that they were going to lose. And I think what the Progressive Caucus is going to do is exactly that, to say, well, we do know we don't have numbers, but we're not going to just allow them. So they must know that as much as they assume those positions, there is a sizable number of South Africans who are opposed to them.
Which is very interesting. You mentioned the word principle. So just as we were coming back from lunch, I bumped into Reverend Kenneth Mishwe and had a quick conversation with him about the Government of National Unity. And he said to me that his opposition to this so-called Government of National Unity is precisely based on principle, because he says he's taken the ANC to court over the Bila Bill, among others, and therefore it's unconscionable for him and the ACDP to then now get into a government with the ANC, because what happens to all of those actions? So incidentally, he feels that it's unprincipled what's happening here from parties who were vehemently opposed to the ANC in the 6th Parliament, for example.
You know, this raises also a number of questions. I mean, I think you and I were speaking earlier of about the multi-party charter, what has happened to it, and looking at who is constituting or who is likely to constitute government now, and look at who is in there, who is out there. So the ACDP was one of those parties, and I think they decided to stick to what had been agreed in the multi-party charter, and I think that's something that the Action SA has decided to pursue. But interestingly, Sakina, the main parties in the multi-party charter are the ones who actually were the first to be approached, or even to approach the ANC, because it was not just a one-way situation. They also were actively engaging and looking for partners in terms of this. So you have this charter which is meant to bring down the ANC. Somehow the ANC gets way below 50%, but of course the multi-party charter does not have enough numbers or sufficient numbers to govern on its own. And guess who they turn to first? The very person they had decided they want out of power. So politics can be very interesting. I think what Reverend Mishwe is saying is that he feels perhaps his conscience may not necessarily allow him to then speak right and walk left. But I guess politics somehow will humble you one way or the other, as we've seen that South Africans have basically forced all these parties to come together. It doesn't matter the ideology. At some point, we as a country need to be serviced, and then we have chosen a democratic system. And you know what that democracy says? You know, people will normally tell you about how they believe in democracy, only because it has not impacted them practically. I think in our instance, we have said we are Democrats, we believe in democracy. We are living democracy now. So whether we like some of the results or not, this is democracy at work.
It is hugely exciting, I must tell you, because one of the things I also noticed during the lunch break is that the Progressive Caucus had another caucus. So there's definitely something brewing. And in as much as, you know, we are now seeing things coming to a head, and there you see Malusi Gigaba, he had just cast his vote as well, and Siko Qilishe from the EFF also casting her vote there. So the voting is continuing for the Speaker position, and this will be followed by the voting for the Deputy Speaker. First the nomination, and then of course voting for the Deputy President. There's the leader of the Freedom Front Plus, Dr. Pieter Groenewald, and again, forming part of this new formation. And by the way, what is it? Because even speaking to the politicians here, some are saying we shouldn't refer to it as a government of national unity. Regardless of what it is, there is a formation that has been established.
Somehow, the working together of political parties from different ideologies is taking place in front of our very own eyes. And in fact, as I was looking at the FF Plus leader, who is not necessarily part of the government of national unity, which is what they call. I was just asking myself, I wonder who is he voting for there, because he has not publicly stated which side he's on. So, but I guess as we've been saying, somehow democracy has a way of bringing the outcome that none of us would have imagined, or even getting people together who you think they were sworn enemies. But here they are today, and talking with one voice to say we need to get the country. In fact,
And there you have Siviwe Wahube of the DA, one of the names that was earlier touted for the position of Deputy Speaker.
It was very prominent at some point, though later on we did hear that there could be changes within the DA itself. So it will be very interesting to see after this.
What did you hear? I heard the name of Annelie Lotley.
That is the person now.
They are going to push for Deputy Speaker. So these are live visuals coming to you from Parliament, the first sitting of the 7th administration, and of course the business of this 7th Parliament getting underway, electing the Speaker, and thereafter it will be the Deputy Speaker, followed by, of course, the nomination and voting for President. There's General Bantu Olomisa making his way, and he, of course, is part of that progressive caucus.
In fact, he is the one who seconded Veronica Mente to be the Speaker from the Progressive Caucus. And you'd recall that earlier these parties as well met to express their dissatisfaction with the manner in which proceedings have been carried out. They basically made it clear that they felt left out, despite the call by the ANC to say they wanted a government of national unity which would include everyone, but they felt so what the ANC was saying versus what it was doing was not necessarily in the spirit of what they had agreed upon. So General Holomisa proudly supporting that nomination. And interestingly, Sakina, the nomination of Ms. Mente was raised by parties, not necessarily the EFF, by the ATM and seconded by the UDM. So that is to tell you that that is the Progressive Caucus that they have formed. So it's interesting to see who they will forward for the position of president later on, if indeed they decide to go with that one.
And there we see Hanif Hendricks, who is the leader of Al Jama'ah, casting his vote. And as a member of the Progressive Caucus, we think we know, but we don't, because it's a secret ballot we voted for, followed by Mkhuleko Hlengwa of the IFP there. But are we seeing the battle lines drawn for what is going to play out in the 7th Parliament?
That is exactly starting to shape up. But I think even before this could start, I don't know how long will the ANC and DA tolerate each other in terms of pushing the agenda. I mean, we currently have a case at the International Court where South Africa has taken a very clear stance, and they are clear on that one. And we know how the DA has always felt around those issues. So I wonder if those will not be some of the first disagreements in this government of national unity. And our enthusiastic support as a country for organizations like BRICS, and looking at how lukewarm the official opposition, which is the DA, is towards this, is that not perhaps a recipe for some of those disagreements? It is actually very curious to see what will be the end game when all is said and done. But I guess if the intention is to put the interests of the country first, it will have to be done in practical terms. But yeah, I mean, as a South African, as a journalist, I'm very excited to see this, because it says so much about our democracy.
Certainly exciting times, and I mean, it's a taste of what is to come in the 7th administration. I think what is certain is that things are perhaps a lot more precarious than they seem at the moment. Because if you were here to see, just take in what people's body language was revealing, and the sort of calls that they were on, and seemingly, quite intense discussions. It does give you a sense that perhaps all is not wrapped up as yet. And we are watching, of course, the voting continuing. Diane Kohler-Barnard of the DA, and this is, of course, Mam Kaula of the EFF, and these are returned soldiers. That's Dereline James, and she came to prominence, you remember, when she wrote to former President Jacob Zuma in El Dorado Park about the drug problem that her son was having, wanting some intervention. So she used to be with the ANC. I think she is now with Action SA, Dereline James. So those are the live pictures, and I also see some of the new members of the Patriotic Alliance there also casting their vote. So these are the pictures coming to you live from the first sitting of the 7th administration.
Oh yes, it's actually the most interesting session because many of the sessions in the past would be a foregone conclusion. I know that someone would still feel it is a foregone conclusion, but we do know that this has somehow caused some ructions within the parties internally and different parties. I mean, remember some of the NEC members from the ANC coming to this, how opposed they were. Someone like Lindiwe Sisulu, she's been very clear to say the alliance or the working together with the DA is unsuitable, and someone like Andile Lungise, and those people I'm speaking about are NEC members, people who sit in the highest decision-making body. So if somehow they would be able to be public about how they felt, so you can imagine how they would state their case in private. But of course, as they accept that the majority, even within decision-making rules, so they would accept those outcomes. It's not plain sailing for the DA as well. We know they wanted actually much more. They wanted much more than this. And given how everything has panned out, I mean, we know that even the position of the Deputy President was not off limits for them, so they had to bargain around those issues. And the internal dynamics of the DA, remember, now there will be those who will be appointed into the executive of President Ramaphosa. And President Ramaphosa will appoint in consultation with the leadership of the DA. So there will be those who will feel left out because they may not be favored by the current leadership. So all those matters will come to the fore. So how the parties separately and individually manage that would be quite interesting to see. Because it's not only, as much as we focus on the ANC, the fact that the DA could only speak to the media today on the last day tells you about the difficulty in terms of making or coming to the decision. So as the days go by, some of these will start to play themselves out in the open. So after this, once we are concluded with this and then the inauguration is done, I can tell you the issue of the cabinet appointments, Sakina, will be so key. We will be wanting to see who is making it into the executive, particularly from those in the opposition parties.
Absolutely. Dr. Letlapa there, I had a quick conversation with him earlier about NHI. And very interesting, because you will remember he was one of the people at the forefront of getting us to understand, a proponent, so to speak, of NHI, and still standing by that, but of course much more pragmatic in his approach, explaining that perhaps the time is not right, because there's a lot that needs to be done. So this is perhaps something that we're not going to see in the immediate term. But you also have to wonder, is this one of the compromises that may have been discussed? Because there are constituencies that need to be appeased here. And that's the reality of it, be it for the ANC, the DA, or any of these parties, they still need to appease their individual constituencies.
In fact, talking about that again, because what comes to mind is the Action SA. We are speaking about the parties in the government of national unity and the parties calling themselves the Progressive Caucus. And then there are those that are unaffiliated. So you wonder, where do they stand in all of this? The Action SA, I'm actually reminded by you when you pointed out the doc there. The party like Action SA, we've touched on the ACDP, and there would be others. Rise Mzansi, where is it here? So some of those parties, I know they may not have a huge number of representatives, but they are elected, they are in parliament, so they are representing their constituencies. So given what we know in terms of the bigger parties and those who see themselves as on the left, where are they? What is their voice here? So it's very interesting.
It's all very fluid at the moment, isn't it?
It is.
What is the left at this point? Or has there been a great shift? Has there? Or have things just evened out in the center?
I think it's, when you look at what the Progressive Caucus has done, I think they are defining themselves as the parties on the left. And they would obviously want to locate those other ones on the right. But I mean, if you throw in the ANC into the mix and the DA, you would be more center, be more on the center, because whilst the DA will be on the center right, the ANC will be on the center left. So clearly that's where you locate these parties. And then comes the question of those that are unaffiliated. Where are they? So are they on the right, on the left, in the center? So it's quite curious to see, and we will continue to engage with them as well to find out exactly what's going to be happening. But I mean, as I see these votes happen, I'm already thinking ahead in terms of the cabinet appointments, because this will be done and dusted.
Absolutely.
And then
on to the next order of business.
Exactly, and that will be the most important. I mean, inauguration will be quite straightforward, because inauguration will be knowing exactly who would have been elected. But the next, will the president be able to appoint immediately after the inauguration, as is the tradition?
What is your sense? What is your gut telling you at this point? And also a bit more informed from people that you've been speaking to, because I didn't get a sense that there was any clarity as yet of this, but I also have learned in speaking to everyone here that people are playing their cards very close to their chests.
Oh yes, and I think in this instance, what they will do, the parties particularly, the opposition parties, those that are part of the government of national unity, they probably will be given, let's say DA gets given 5 positions, and then forwards the names, and then it will be up to the president then to decide, so who is he appointing in a particular position. Because if you were to allow, let's say, or to afford the opposition parties to decide. I mean, someone like Gayton McKenzie has made it clear that he wants Home Affairs because he wants to push his Abahambe project. But I think the ANC will be quite aware of all of those things. Also, remember...
But gauging Gayton McKenzie's posture, his demeanor earlier, he looked like a cat who got all the cream here at the 7th administration. He seems to be a happy chappy.
No, he appears very happy.
Yeah.
And I think if you are a party which has the 2%, and then you play such a key role in the government of national unity, honestly, I'm sure you would realize that it would have been difficult to get this on your own. So he appears very happy, and I think the opportunity, I guess, to serve from others is what I guess excites them.
It's an interesting one, though. If you look at the establishment of the Patriotic Alliance and what that was based on, the founding principles of the Patriotic Alliance was to serve a community that felt that they were left out by the self-same ANC. They felt that they were kicked to the periphery of society. And this was a party that was meant to come in and serve them, as we see
Supramahumapelo
cast his vote there. And, you know, I was just buffering there for a moment.
No, I know why. Because in the past, he is one of the people who was very vocal in support of former President Jacob Zuma.
Yes.
And I think many people thought with the establishment of the MK party, someone like him was was
going to jump ship.
Exactly.
But I'm going to come back to that
yes.
in just a moment, because I just want to finish off the point about the Patriotic Alliance. And this was, of course, a constituency before we finish that point, yes Julius Malema, the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters. And some would be saying that they perhaps have been made to eat humble pie for a second time in 2 weeks, given that they perhaps, at least at the start of all of this, were touted to play a much greater position in the formation of this government.
And I think it really did affect them. I mean, if you are a party, you know, contesting for power, you want to win. And then if there's someone who's up there, you want to get them out of power. One of the ringing tones from opposition parties was to get the ANC below 50%. And then they managed to get the ANC below 50%. But here is the difficulty with the EFF. Whilst you should enjoy that you have played the part, so if you look at your own numbers, instead of meeting them, you are running away from them, you are regressing, and I don't think that would be something that would be positive. Yes, you can quantify it, you can look at what are the factors, but the fact of the matter is that you need to grow in order to be able to wrestle that power. So given that it happened that way, clearly it was a setback. I mean, it's still a youthful party, and I'm sure they are going to go back and strategize and perhaps hope to bounce back at a particular point. So those were the areas that they were looking at. And that first press conference, for example, you are speaking about Sakina at the Rock, where they made it clear that we want to be part of the coalition with the ANC. It was still early days. No one knew what the ANC was thinking at the time, but except that everyone was saying, wow, we didn't expect the ANC to drop so hugely. So those engagements didn't then yield the results they were hoping it would yield. And you listened to the press conference yesterday where he said we'll only support the president or the ANC if it supported their own candidates. And then we have seen that didn't happen. And even going as far as threatening to pull out their MMCs in local governments, where the ANC perhaps is governing with them. So all those things also do speak to the frustrations of what could have transpired since the day of the election. But I guess politics, as they say, can be quite interesting.
Indeed. You're watching SABC News, coming to you live from the Parliamentary District here at the Cape Town International Convention Centre. And we are currently watching the voting process underway for the Speaker of the National Assembly as Gwete Mantashe goes to cast his vote. And the National Assembly busy with the voting now. The nominations, Ms. Pemi Majordina nominated Ms. Togo Didiza of the ANC, and then we saw the ATM's Vuyo Zungula nominate Ntombu Vuyo Mente, and those are the two candidates who are contesting this position. So please feel free to let us know your views as well. You can write to us, you can send us your views via X here on SABC News. Very interesting developments this afternoon.
Absolutely. As I look at Gwete Mantashe, the chairperson of the ANC, and thinking back to when the president, who's expected to be elected today, when he had those difficulties, the kind of role he played in ensuring that he continues and looking at the liquidity or the liquid nature of our politics right now. So I wonder what's going through. So if a situation of that nature were to repeat itself, how would it be handled? So as they say, Sakina, a day in politics can be very,
it's a very long time.
Very, very long.
That it certainly is. And
that's the outgone premier there of
Limpopo, replaced by Poppy Ramatuva, the former MEC of Health in Limpopo. So it's so interesting what's happening. And as we say, remember, it's not just this sitting of the National Assembly. You've got the provincial sittings as well. And we were still awaiting news from KZN. And the last I heard from there wasn't much to report back on. But of course, as soon as there are developments, we will take you there. SABC has you covered, not just here in Cape Town, but all the other provincial legislatures, except for the Western Cape. And they, of course, sat yesterday with Alan Winde, elected once more as the Premier of the Western Cape. So there you see Natasha Mazzoni of the DA, that was Leanne Matthys of the EFF, and sometimes we will buffer as we try to remember who's going past, who's coming on. But this is what's happening live at the National Assembly at the moment. And it's we did expect, Mzwai, that it was going to be a long day, and I guess it's actually playing out that way. We were talking earlier with Professor Pierre de Vos. This is the process. If there's more than one nomination, then there will be a secret ballot vote. And if still there's more than three, and there is no outright winner, they will then keep voting. It's just a simple majority that's needed. But if there are more candidates, they will keep voting and eliminate one each round until they find a winner. But in this case, nomination for the Speaker, 2 candidates nominated and seconded. So this is what we are currently watching the voting process unfold for. And then, of course, it will be followed by, again, nominations for the Speaker, for the Deputy Speaker position, and voting for that.
Oh yes, and I'm also thinking of some of the about 5 or 6 MPs who are present here, trying to think what could be the rationale. Is it sanctioned or is it happening on its own? But of course, I'm sure they would be able to answer that, especially because I think you and I were speaking earlier to say in KZN, they are there full support of what is happening, but not here in the National Assembly, except those 5 or 6. I met the other MK MP who came late, who wanted to be sworn in, and they took her along. So I don't know when will they swear her in. That's quite interesting, and they did not sit in other legislatures.
Yeah.
And as we are saying, we do not know the rationale, but I see Gayton McKenzie.
He's cast his vote. As I said, if you check his demeanor, he's a very happy chap.
He's very happy. He was saying during the lunchtime, was saying he expects his members, all 9 of them, to vote for the government of national unity. So, which means in this instance, we can assume that he is voting for Thoko Didiza, and they'll vote for the deputy speaker from the DA, and then of course President Ramaphosa, who we expect will be forwarded by the ANC as their candidate. And they are quite clear on that one.
Interesting. They have, I think, the youngest member of parliament, and I'm reminded by that as I see the young man from the Democratic Alliance. I'm trying to remember his name. He is 26 years old, and I know the Patriotic Alliance has a 20-year-old member of parliament, and we tried to speak to her earlier, being protected. at this point by the party. They would not sanction an interview because I think it's important that we hear from, because I would like to hear from the young members of parliament what it is that they are bringing, what are they going to infuse, because you don't want them to just be there, because if you look at the issues that youth are facing in this country, you want them to be a voice for the millions of young people who are jobless, the millions of young people who are directionless, the unemployed graduates. You actually want them to stand up and be that voice for their peers.
Yes, that's what we really expect. We are a very youthful country as South Africa, and of course as a continent, and which does tell you that the future belongs to the young. Also of interest will be the appointment of the executive. How many young people will make it there, and what will it say about the future? So all those things will be looked at and watched very closely, because they will then tell us if there is a particular plan to then deal with some of the challenges facing this country. We see Zweli Mkhize there, who actually did indicate that he, I think before this, when that letter was, I think, leaked to some of the newspapers, indicating that perhaps it should, former President Zuma should have been dealt with a bit differently. So, which I wouldn't want to say this, but perhaps part of the preemptive strikes ahead of what would happen. Because once the dust has settled here, Sakina, we know that the self-introspection will start. And what is that? The self-introspection, particularly from the ANC, will then mean taking it back to its membership. The membership must reflect if it's comfortable with what's happening. Is there anything they would want to change? Are we likely to see a special national conference or a national general council? I mean, when you listened to Fikile Mbalula last night addressing the media on the outcomes of the NEC, he said, as the party, they would take a moment to reflect, and they can't reflect on their own as the NEC. I would think they would want to involve the bigger membership, I suspect in the form of the NGC or even a special national conference. But of course, there are certain processes that will have to be followed if that is to become an eventuality. So what exactly will it mean? So this is the leadership. The NEC, remember, they take collective responsibility. This collective NEC has taken the ANC way below 50. So are they still the right party, the right group of leaders to continue? Do we have to wait until 2027, or they will do something much more earlier? Your guess is as good as mine.
And that's a good question, given the precarious position the African National Congress finds itself in now. Would it be prudent to rock the boat any further at this stage? Or do you just let it settle, go back, regroup, and wait for the next election, whether it be an elective conference or the local government elections? Just let everything play out in its time.
And I think that could be, perhaps from the NC's point of view, a strategy they may follow. But remember, in 2 years, we have an election in the form of local government elections. So are you comfortable that with this kind of infrastructure you have, you'd be able to fight that election? So I think they don't need to rush. They need to get this settled properly, then they reflect. But I can tell you, in terms of reflection, you can't not speak about the kind of the leadership that will still continue to lead. Yes, they may decide they'll only hold the conference in 2027. But are there any different strategies you will employ to fight the 2026 local government elections?
Which is a very good question. Elections which are just under 2 years away at this stage. Interestingly, just you looking at the demographics here, the age demographic for the 400-seater National Assembly. So you've got 3% between 20 and 29 years old. 16.8% of the members are 30 to 39 years old. Then you've got 27.5% of the members are between 40 and 49. 27.5% are between 50 and 59. 22.5% are between 60 and 69, and you've got 2.8% who are septuagenarians. So, you know, that's an interesting age breakdown. If we look at it by numbers, then the age cohorts that we are looking at, you know, it makes for very interesting reading. But again, I'm very interested in the youth cohort here. We saw someone like Fasiha Hassan from the Fees Must Fall movement also making it into the National Assembly via the ANC through their list. And we saw there Faith Mutambi. You would know she was a former minister,
yes.
And still member of parliament for the African National Congress. So she's also here participating. It's going to be very interesting to see how all of these things come together.
Oh yes, and this parliament will really be one that will be looked at quite closely, especially because there is one aspect that has not come to the fore, the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party. I think the EFF has decided, you know, that Parliament, we always knew that when Parliament said, somehow the EFF
Dr.
will
Corne
come
Mulder,
with their,
of the
will come
Freedom Front Plus.
with their tactics, either being loud or perhaps even to the point of disrupting. So they've decided they are not doing that here. And there is a party which effectively got the ANC out of power, Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, not attending in their numbers. So what will be their game plan? Will they be the new EFF? Or will they take that role, albeit differently? I'm very curious. Why are they not even here? If they don't recognize elections, as they have said, what are they doing in KZN?
It's a very interesting one, and one that we'll have to wait and see. But, you know, speaking of the Secretary General of the African National Congress, Fikile Mbalula, he said something very interesting during that press briefing last night, where he says that it was clear that the aim of the opposition parties was to bring the ANC below 50%. And they managed to reduce the ANC to below 50%. But having done that, what then? He asked, so he was essentially saying that they didn't think beyond what happens once they have reduced the ANC's majority. And that's an interesting point, because given what has played out, that seems to actually bear out his hypothesis in that regard.
You know, one of the things that people keep saying, perhaps before the ANC was brought below 50%, was that we are very unhappy with the ANC, but we do not know who to vote for. I mean, even if you look at the votes of the parties, of the established parties, they remain steady. I mean, look at the EFF, around 9-10%, at the DA around 20-21%. Those votes remain steady. So until MK Party came in with 15% and then took a huge chunk from the ANC. So then the question that Fikile Mbalula is asking, I guess rhetorically, and perhaps vindicating or confirming some of the suspicions by many to say, is anyone else an alternative to the ANC? We see the ANC is not perhaps doing the way things are supposed to be done in certain respects, but who are we voting for? That has also been the question, Sakina. And then if you then see events playing themselves out in this fashion, it then does perhaps give a bit of credibility to the ANC to say it is the leader of the society? And how does then it respond? I mean, look at the maturity with which it responded after losing these elections. I mean, I know many people think they take this for granted. I mean, you and I understand, have read about this, have seen what happens elsewhere, particularly on our continent. A governing party finds it very difficult to be unseated. So we see no soldiers, we see no serious rebellion elsewhere. We see a party saying we accept the will of the people. So clearly, if the ANC is able to say we accept the will of the people, so those who have taken it out of power, so are they ready to step in? I think that is the question that Mbalula was asking. I'm not sure if they are ready, but I guess with time they probably will.
And you're watching live visuals from the National Assembly. This is, of course, the first sitting of the 7th Parliament, and we're coming to you live from the Cape Town International Convention Centre. It is, of course, now a parliamentary precinct, and these are the elections that are underway for the position of Speaker. The two candidates that have been nominated are Togo Didiza of the ANC and the EFF's Veronica Ntombovuyo Mente. Those are the two candidates contesting this particular position, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll keep you up to speed with the developments here. It's going to be a slog still, because we still have the deputy speaker position, and that could become very interesting. Remains to be seen, because the one thing about these proceedings here, from the elections, is that nothing is certain.
Oh, yes.
So we'll wait to see whether there will be more than one candidate, more than two or three put up for deputy speaker. And of course, we'll also, after that, have to wait for the election of the president. That has to happen today. So who knows? We might be here well into the morning. There we just saw the new chief whip of the ANC.
Yes, Dumiseni Ntuli.
Dumiseni Ntuli, and very interesting there. But I think most of the people that I spoke to, very, very happy with his appointment as chief whip of the ANC.
In fact, he was leading their elections campaign, and at the conclusion of that campaign, I mean, you saw tributes from various quarters, particularly within the ANC, basically saying, despite the conditions he was operating in, he was able to lead them well.
So he seems to have risen, after all the strife in KZN, from the KZN leadership, making it to ANC National, and then now here he is, the chief whip of the African National Congress in the National Assembly. And we saw there Mr. Nyonso of the PAC casting his vote. There's Riani Pambo of the Economic Freedom Fighters. And so it goes, everybody casting their ballots here in the National Assembly. We have to take it back to Studio 4 now, and we'll be back and we'll bring you up to speed with developments here. Did we not earn our money?
If you could reduce the noise so that those whose names are called will be able to hear when their names are called. Please reduce the noise. Thank you.
Ramaila KS, Ramaphosa MC, Ramokhupa ML, Ramokhupa KD, Ramulubeng A, Ramungalo TR, Ruos AC, Roque FS.
Sangoni, KLN, Sapo, L, Sarupen, AN, Sols, A, Shikering, L, Schreiber, LA, Siabi, AM, Sitlolo, IS, Sikowati, SC.
They are all red.
Silamulela SD, Sene MM, Shabangu FL, Shelembe ML, Shikwambana M, Shibambu NF, Shibiti TG, Sibia NM.
Simelane TP, Singh N, Singh S, Sitole KP, Sitole RJ, Siweya RT, Skosana GJ, Smith CFB, Smith R.
Sokanyile T, Sokopo MM, Somba Masiu NS, Soyu MM, Spies ERJ, Steenhuisen JH, Subrati SI, Swart SN, Swarts B, Tafeni N.
Techana Y, Tembekwayo SS, Thring WM, Tikana Gotiwe W, Tito LF, Thong KC, Tolashe NG, Trolip RAP.
Tsotetsi, NT, Van der Merwe, LL, Van der Walt, D, Van Standen, PA, Van Zyl, AM, Vilakazi, SG, Wakelin, KH, Webster, NL, Vessels, WW.
Whitfield AG, Velskart C, Kabantshaba PP, Khego ST, Yako YN, Zibi SS, Zikalala S, Zondi S, Zondo SS, Zungula V.
Honorable members, are there any members of the House who have been sworn in who have not been called to vote? No. Okay, we are done then. The assistant returning officers will now close and seal the boxes, the ballot boxes.
Chief Justice,
Yes.
can we be explained to the process now? Where are you going with these ballots?
I'm sorry?
Because it would seem to me a free and fair election with nothing to hide if you count there where we are seeing all of us. But maybe in the intelligence of the Chief Justice, there is something else. We wanted to hear what is the procedure? Why are you closing and all of that?
Well, I'll tell you the procedure now. The proceedings are suspended now to enable the returning officer to count the votes and to report to me. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes before resumption of proceedings.
Chief Justice,
Chief Justice?
can these cameras that are showing us here
Chief
when we
Justice?
speak, go
Yes.
also show the vote counting? I'm speaking, sorry. Sorry, Chief Justice.
I'm sorry, 1 second. I'll give you attention just now.
Okay, thanks.
Secretary. Let me read this before I give you attention. Your question might fall away. The counting of votes goes according to the following rules. As soon as the voting has been completed, the presiding officer must suspend the proceedings, and the returning officer and the assistant returning officers must remove the ballot box and all papers to a room where the counting is to take place. That's 7-1. 7-2, the ballot box must be opened by the returning officer in the presence of the presiding officer, and the counting of the votes must then be proceeded with. 3, no person other than the presiding officer, the returning officer, and the assistant returning officers may be present in the room while the votes are being counted. 4, after the votes have been counted, the returning officer must report to the presiding officer, informing him or her of the result of the counting of the votes. 5, on receipt of the report, the presiding officer must return to the place of the meeting, which is here, and announce the results of the election. 6A, the returning officer must retain the nomination papers, the used ballot papers, and the counterfoils thereof in a sealed packet for a period of at least 1 year. B, the sealed packet may not be opened except by an order of court.
Chief Justice.
Why would you clap hands for?
Chief Justice.
Yes, I can.
Transparency.
Yeah. Yes. Honorable Member.
We want to state the simple and obvious fact that Rule 7.3 can't be constitutional can't be consistent with the democratic culture of observing the counting of votes. You can't have a rule that says that when the counting happens, the presiding officer must be alone without any observation. It doesn't happen anywhere under a democratic process. So this rule is undemocratic. You can't go and count the votes in secret somewhere, in a room without us observing what is happening with the votes. So when we had the secret ballot on President Zuma and majority of, or some members of the ANC, including President Ramaphosa, voted against Zuma in a secret ballot, we counted in the middle of this National Assembly chamber, in front of everyone, and observing that particular process. So please delete that thing of number 3, and then we open the ballot there, and then we count the votes in front of everyone. That is how we must proceed. Please.
This rule has been here for many years. This is a rule that was here in 2019. It is a rule that was here in 2014, on my understanding. This is a rule that had been, one of the rules that had been made by the previous Chief Justice, which has been taken over, which has simply been taken over by me. So the rules as they stand are those rules that applied in 2019 and I believe before, and the only change I made was in the annexures. So the rules are the same, but I cannot decide to delete the rule as it is. It is in here. If it's unconstitutional, it would have to be set aside by a competent court.
No. Chief Justice?
Chief Justice?
Yes?
May I have your attention the side from the ANC?
Yes.
I think he's recognizing me, Brabuti.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to see who is speaking.
It's Ndlozi.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yes, thanks, Chief Justice. Chief Justice, these rules are not the rules of Parliament, number 1. And number 2, you cannot say because apartheid made a law and I inherited it, even if it is undemocratic, I have nothing to do. That can't be a responsible response. As the head of the judiciary, we are appealing that surely you agree it is undemocratic to say the counting cannot be observed. What are we teaching the country now? What are we telling the South Africans who are watching these proceedings? What are we telling the international community? That the head of our judiciary says a counting is going to be done in secret. We are appealing to you. Set this rule aside. Nobody will do anything. It's your rule. It's not us. It doesn't have to be subjected to anything. It is undemocratic. It's inconsistent with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And no one is going to lose anything. These cameras that are showing me now must zoom in as the counting is happening. The last thing I want to say, in 2019, there was an outright winner. In 2019, there was no contestation. But we have been here when there was a contestation and voting happened in secret, but counting was observed by everyone. And it happened on the floor of the National Assembly. Musi Maimani was contesting, Honorable Musi Maimani was contesting Honorable Gedley Hlegisa Jikitshela Mkhonto Zuma. And we counted here. But I'm appealing to you, Deputy, Chief Justice. It's undemocratic to say a counting cannot be observed.
Honorable Chief Justice.
I'm going to allow a limited time of discussion on this in terms of Rule 8.3 of the rules governing this sitting, which is part of the amendments that were made yesterday. It allows me to allow very limited discussion. I've heard Mr. Ndlozi, and basically his concern is that the counting should happen here. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yeah. And he says that in the past it has happened. Let me hear a few more views.
Honorable Chief Justice.
Let me start this side.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Just a couple of things. I think it would be improper for us to essentially want to amend rules which were approved by the Chief Justice on the 27th of May. Additionally, these rules were circulated to members of Parliament, and therefore, if members of Parliament had problems with particular rules here, that those should have been raised before. We cannot now be sitting here and asking to amend rules on the fly. It would essentially delegitimize the fact that we've got approved by rules that are governing the section. In addition to that, these rules are not just rules that have been created by the Chief Justice. They emanate from the Constitution under Section 9 of Schedule 3 of the Constitution. So I think it would be improper for us to now belatedly say we want to change rules on the floor of the House.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Chief Justice, some of us, you can't see
Honorable
us, who are
Chief
behind
Justice.
the voting booth.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice. I would like to suggest that instead of having the counting taking place here at the plenary, let's rather agree as a sitting that we designate party whips to observe the counting wherever it will be taking place, rather than having it taking place at the plenary of the city. I'm of the view that that approach would not necessarily cause the amendments of the rules, but it addresses the concern arising from what has been referred to as a past experience, where the counting was observed at the plenary of the National Assembly. That's what we want to propose. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Chief Justice.
1 sec, I'll be with you just now. I'm
Julius
advised
Malema here,
that
Chief Justice.
I'll come to the one who wishes to have my attention. I'm advised that because it's a new parliament, there wouldn't be any whips. You would have to have representatives. So maybe your proposal would need to be amended to say, instead of whips, representatives of parties.
Yes, Chief Justice, I would
be-
support that. We have
okay.
each party represented. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Chief Justice Julius Malema.
Yes, Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. I never thought I would sit in a meeting where we argue with the head of the judiciary about internationally acceptable methods of running a democratic elections. The observation, for you to observe the elections, is a democratic practice which is internationally acceptable. And we cannot have a debate about that. And no one, Chief Justice, stands to lose anything out of observation of elections unless someone seeks to do something that is undemocratic. But if it is in line with democratic principles, it is internationally acceptable that a free and fair elections will, amongst other things, include that there were observers who observed the proceedings of the elections. So I fully support what Honorable Ntuli suggests, that if you want to go and then enjoy Cape Town while people are counting, let's get people to go and represent us. But in the past, and all members who are returning members here know it, in the past we used to count in the middle of the plenary. It's not something strange. And Floyd was an observer in one of those countings that happened here. And Honorable Musi was a candidate of such a contestation. Those people, both of them are here, who were there before. So we support that motion, and anything else that is not democratic that is being suggested by the DA is not supported, is strongly opposed, because it even comes from wrong people.
Chief Justice
okay, honorable
Nabayomzi Kwangwa from the UDM.
Honorable members, I know that there are members who still want to say something. Among the rules that were introduced into the rules by way of amendment yesterday, there is Rule 8.3. Rule 8, and I'll start reading from 8.1. It reads, this rule shall apply to any procedural matters not provided for in these rules which are relevant to the business of the day. 2, a question of procedure may be raised with the presiding officer's leave by a member, or in the event of an election under these rules in the National Council of Provinces, or head of a provincial delegation on behalf of a delegation, and seconded by another member or by a head of another delegation on behalf of such other delegation as the case may be. 3, if he or she considers it necessary or desirable in a particular case, the presiding officer may permit a discussion of the question and may limit participation in and the duration of the discussion in such manner as he thinks fit. A question of procedure posed by a member and seconded by another member in terms of this rule must address a procedural matter in relation to the proceedings to which these rules apply. And the provisions, the amendments, ultimately give the presiding officer, which is me in this case, to deal with the matter as I see fit, which I read to be a qualification of the other rules. Therefore, unless there is an opposition to the suggestion made by the member here, I'm inclined to accept the proposal that there would be representatives of various parties present when the counting happens. So I'm inclined to one representative per party to observe during the counting in the counting room. It looks like everybody accepts that. Thank you. That is the ruling.
We've started now. Superior logic will always prevail.
Thank you. Well, we've disposed of that issue, so therefore now I had already said I'm suspending the proceedings, so the proceedings are suspended so that the returning officers can go and count. And representatives, one representative per party, may attend and observe. Please, those representatives who will go to the counting room, please don't take any photos. Or if you can...
Chief Justice.
Don't go in there with cell phones. Don't go in there with cell phones. Okay.
Chief Justice.
Yes.
It's Singh from the IFP.
Yes.
No, we agree with the ruling and the principle of observing. Can we designate those members here as the returning officers were designated before we proceed to the room? So that we'll have an idea of who's representing which party. Thank you.
Or you
For the
mean each
record.
party can then say who their representative will be? Is that what you mean? Mr. Singh?
Yes, IFP will be represented by myself. Thank
Okay.
you, Chief Justice.
Can each party just announce who? Can each party announce who their representative will be, just so that
Justice.
only the representatives will be allowed in the room? The space is not big.
Chief Justice, the ANC.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The ANC will be represented by Honorable Pemi Machotina.
Secretary, you will be taking the names. Thank you very much.
Chief Justice.
Yes.
The United Democratic Movement will be represented by Ngabayomzi Kwangwa.
Thank you.
Go
That
ahead.
is the UGM.
Chief
PA.
Justice,
Thank you.
the African Transformation Movement will be represented by the President of ATM, Vuyo Zungula. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chief Justice.
Please raise hands.
Yes,
DA.
I thought we were going to go by descending size of parties, but nonetheless,
It's too late.
Yes.
but nonetheless, the Democratic Alliance will be represented by Honorable Sarupin. Thanks.
Chief Justice.
What is the name? Oh, you've got it, yeah.
Sorry, do you want
Thank
Chief
you.
Justice.
If you raise your hand, you enable me to see.
Yeah, the economic freedom fighters will be represented by Commissar Natasha Ntlangweni.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Chief
Member.
Justice,
Yes.
the Patriotic Alliance will be represented by Jasmine Peterson, Honorable Jasmine Peterson.
Thank you. You got the name?
Chief Justice,
Yes.
the ACDP will be represented by Honorable Steve Swart.
Thank you very much.
Chief
Yes.
Justice, Build One South Africa will be represented by Nobuntu Hlazo Webster.
Thank you very much. You got the name?
Chief Justice, Action SA will be represented by Lerato Ngobeni.
Thank you very much. Are we done with all the parties?
Chief Justice,
Yes.
the National Colored Congress will be represented by Sakina Frenchman.
Thank you very much.
Chief Justice, the Freedom Front Plus will be represented by myself, Dr. Mulder. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chief Justice.
Chief Justice.
Chief Justice.
Yeah, can I see a hand up so it makes things easier?
UAT will
Yes.
be represented by Wanda Mahlatsi.
Okay.
Chief Justice,
Yes, go ahead.
Rise Mzansi will be represented by Makashule Ghana.
Thank you very much. Have all parties disclosed the identity of their representatives? It looks like they have. Thank you very much. The proceedings are then suspended. Please, honorable members, take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. We now resume the proceedings. We are now resuming the proceedings. I now call upon the returning officer to give me the results. The results read as follows. Total number of ballot papers issued, 341. Total number of ballot papers counted, 341. Total number of spoiled and invalid ballot papers, 9. And of those 9, 8 are spoiled and 1 is invalid. And the one that is invalid refers to a case where a member asked for another paper after realizing that he or she had made a mistake and was then issued with a new ballot paper. Then the candidates, Honorable Didiza, 284. Honorable, silent, 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 silent. Let me finish the results, please. Honorable Mentenkuna, 49. In terms of item 6, of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, I accordingly declare Honorable Didiza duly elected Speaker of the National Assembly. On behalf of all present here, I have the honor of congratulating you on your election as Speaker. I now call upon the Acting Sergeant at Arms to conduct the Honorable Speaker to the chair.
The DA will enter the song.
Will all members rise, please?
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Order, honorable members. Chief Justice, Your Excellency the President, Deputy President, honorable members of Parliament, the leaders of the various parties present here, the people of South Africa. I'd like to thank all of you as members who have participated in this democratic process of electing the Speaker of the National Assembly in the 7th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. I'd like to thank my organization, the African National Congress, for having nominated me to represent them as the movement, but also the people of South Africa, supported by the parties that have voted me. But I also know that the other party that might have nominated a candidate duly supports this nomination. But as a country and as a democratic state, we have an opportunity to express our views, representing our constituency, and that's why we have to elect and participate in such a process, where then the one who is elected take the responsibility, but it does not mean that those who might have voted differently are not supportive of the work of the institution. This indeed is an important institution of our country, where we have to pass laws and represent our people and ensure that the work that we do as legislators in passing those laws and also ensuring that we play an oversight role on the executive, we do so in the interest of our people. The role of the Speaker is that of ensuring that we conduct the debates in this Parliament within the rules in a manner that is fair. And I commit that I will, working with the team in the Speaker's office, together with the House Chairperson that will be duly elected, do exactly that. I also commit that I would work with all the parties, led by their whips and their representatives, to make sure that we conduct the business of this Parliament in a manner that indeed reflects the will of the people of South Africa. Thank you very much for this honor. We now continue with the business of the day. Order, honorable members. The House will proceed with the election of a Deputy Speaker in terms of the procedure set out in Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution and in accordance with rules of Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa. Members are reminded that there will be no debate and that each nomination must be submitted on the prescribed form and duly seconded. There will now be an opportunity for nomination of candidates for the election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
Speaker.
Honorable Member Shibambo.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, and best wishes on your election as a Speaker of the National Assembly. So, I stand myself as Nico Floyd Shibambo to nominate Honorable Vuyeletu Zungula as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that nomination. Is there a seconder to the nomination? I see an honorable member at the back.
Ke a leboha Speaker. Lebitso la ka ke Lehlohonolo Wonderboy Mahlatsi from UAT. Ke seconda kgetho ya Vuyelethu Zukundlu.
Thank you very much. May I ask whether the nominee accepts the nomination?
Thank you, Speaker. Dingu Vuyelethu Zungula, uDosini, uNoyila, uMqohana. Into ngathi inkosi emntwini kuba inkosi ngokwayo. Ndiyasamkela isiphakamiso. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can the returning officer indicate to me whether the form has been handed over? The nomination form of Honorable Zungula. Thank you very much. We have received the form of nomination of Honorable Zungula. It has been signed accordingly by both the one who nominates and the seconder, as well as the nominee himself. I would like to confirm with Honorable Zungula whether the signature on the form is the one that he acknowledged it's his.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zungula. Are there any nominations? Honorable Kwarue?
Thank you very much, Speaker, and a huge congratulations on your election. I would like to, as Viwe Gwahube from the Democratic Alliance, nominate Dr. Annelie Lottriet for the position of the Deputy Speaker, please.
There's a doctor in the house.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any seconder for the nomination? Honorable Member.
Speaker, I, Desiree van der Walt of the DA, second the proposer for Dr. Annelie Lottriet as the Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask whether Honorable Lottriet, as a nominee, as nominated, accepts the nomination?
Madam Speaker, I, Annelie Lottriet, accept the nomination.
May I check with the returning officer whether the form has been received? Thank you very much. The form has been received. It duly complies. The nominee and the one who seconded, as well as the one who has been nominated, Honorable Lottriet, has been signed accordingly. If I may check, Honorable Lottriet, whether you can acknowledge that the signature on the form is yours.
Honourable Speaker, I confirm the signature on the form is mine.
Thank you very much. We have got 2 candidates for now. Are there any nominations from the floor? There are no nominations. I don't see any hand. Thank you very much. Given that we have 2 candidates, a secret ballot will take place in terms of item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 to the Constitution. Order, honorable members. I now suspend proceedings to allow the returning officers to prepare ballot papers. We shall resume proceedings when the bells are rung.
The madam is in charge.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The
Naze
returning
nayithengisa
officers
ikhandle.
will
Naze
now take
nalithengisa
the
ilizwe.
responsibility.
ANC
Safunda kuni. Safunda kuni.
members. Naze nalithengisa ilizwe.
Umthengisi. Taste your own medicine. We are coming for everything.
You should be ashamed of yourselves. You must be ashamed. Shame. You must be very much ashamed of yourselves. Ani badala, ani badala, ani badala.
Zwei, say something.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sorry?
So what do they want us to do?
Wathengisa ilizwe. Damn. Nizawufumana u5% kwi-elections ezizayo.
Nani nizowehla ngama-seat ayi-5 kule elections ezizayo.
Janet Arms, can you please switch off the microphones?
Hi, where are you calling me from? Because no, I'm not
Blaine?
on my own.
Veronica Mente, who's just lost, is with Bulelani Philip. So maybe you want to start with him and then come to us. Okay.
Guys, there's some sort of confusion here. Is the student that's calling me?
No, tell him I'm latched. It's fine.
Okay, I just dropped him.
Maybe they're trying to latch you as well, and we're together.
How about you? Retreat, yeah.
Yebo? Okay, all right. They're gonna go to Bulelani and then they'll call us.
but it had to be concluded in the afternoon. So I'm just suspecting that we may have to be here for quite some time. So we already know that the DA has fielded a candidate, Annelie.
Dr. Annelie Lotriet.
And the ATM, Vuyo Zungula, being nominated by the Economic Freedom Fighters, basically underscoring that progressive caucus that they formed to say they will act together, they will advance those interests together as parties. So clearly, Sakina, I suspect later on when we go to the big one, the election of the president, so we already know that the ANC will field President Ramaphosa, and the DA has basically said they will support them. So the progressive caucus is certainly likely to field their own. So they are keeping everything close to their chest. We don't know who it will be, but I mean, I met Julius Malema outside. We bumped into each other. He basically said to me, have lots and lots of coffee because we're still going to be here for quite some time. I don't know whether it's going to be him or someone else.
So very interestingly, that framework agreement for the government of national unity, it has of course now been signed, we understand, but what it states, and I just want to pick up something here. It says the government of national unity shall take decisions in accordance with the established practice of consensus. Where no consensus is possible, the principle of sufficient consensus shall apply. And then it goes on to describe what sufficient consensus would be. So sufficient consensus exists when all parties have had the opportunity to express their views. Then secondly, despite reasonable attempts to resolve disagreements and find common ground, there is no general consensus. And parties to the GNU representing 60% of seats in the National Assembly agree, and any party that disagrees has been able to formally record their objections. So this is going to be very interesting, because what does that mean in terms of trying to pass any sort of policy at this point? Or is it like it was during CODESA, where sufficient consensus meant when Rolf and Cyril agreed that was sufficient consensus?
And the challenges were quite different then, and given what we are facing now. Right now, it's so much more about governance, about service delivery, about certain decisions really about our country. So then there was also that element of euphoria. So it could be much easier to then look towards sufficient consensus, because you would easily say, you know what, guys, we are trying to build something together here. So we're still trying to understand each other. Let's agree on this one. So now these are people who know each other very well. So yes, they've said the interests of the country will take center stage. But what if someone thinks the interests of the country needs to go left and someone thinks it needs to go right? Where is the middle ground there?
Is it stalemate? Do we not then move on that particular matter? Because there are some very serious matters, policy positions that the country needs to move on or continue on, as it were.
I mean, as they go into this detail, I want to see if they will have a deadlock breaking mechanism, because there would be instances where they simply will not agree, but decisions will have to be taken. So what do they do there?
Sufficient consensus, as Malusi was just saying in studio there. What does this framework agreement actually mean? Is it actually worth the paper it's written on? You know, is it, because where does that leave them ultimately if someone decides to step outside of the bounds of the framework?
And also the risk as well, when perhaps the positions get too hardened, the risk of it falling apart. Oh, by the way, like we saw what happened in the GNU of 1994, but you would know that at the time the ANC had a sufficient majority, so it really didn't matter. So whoever decided to pull out. So what basically this tells you, Sakina, is that there is also that risk. And then in this instance, if, for example, a party like the DA feel so aggrieved that they pull out. So what of this GNU? I know I don't want to be a pessimist as a South African, but I'm using this based on the experience. When that GNU in 1994 was set up, we were not expecting that someone was going to walk out 2 years earlier, but it happened. So have they got mechanisms and the agreements to such a point that it will last for 5 years? It will be very interesting to see the detail afterwards.
It's going to be very interesting to see how long this will hold, given just how divergent some of the policy positions are, and of course, how they are going to manage the deadlocks, if there are any. But of course, we are coming to you live from the ICC in Cape Town, declared a parliamentary precinct, and right outside from where we are is where Bulelani Philip is, and he's with the leader of the PA, Mr. Nyonsho.
It doesn't make sense. But Steenhuisen, we are ready. We are ready for Steenhuisen to be the deputy president. But who's announcing in inauguration? No, after inauguration. August 8th. Okay. At the first sitting. Oh. The sitting after this one. Then is the announcement of cabinet ministers. Oh, yeah. Because one of the and you know what I'm
Madam Speaker,
May we please be seated? We shall now proceed with the voting. Assistant returning officers will now show that the ballot boxes are empty and close them. Thank you very much. The procedure of voting is as follows. According to the rules for the conduct of this meeting, in terms of item 9 of Schedule 3 of the Constitution, one ballot paper with the official mark must be issued to every member present and eligible to vote at this meeting. Members will be called in alphabetical order according to their surnames. When their names are called, members must collect a ballot paper from the voting table. As previously mentioned, members of the National Assembly must swear or affirm faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution before they can perform their functions, and therefore, members who have not been sworn in will not be called. As you know, all of you who are here have already been sworn in. After collecting a ballot paper, each member must proceed to one of the ballot booths and must record his or her vote by placing a cross against the name of the candidate for whom he or she desires to vote in the space provided on the ballot paper. After making the mark on the ballot paper and while still in the booth, members must fold their ballot paper in such a manner that the official mark thereon is visible to the assistant returning officers at the ballot box. Honorable member, in the earlier voting, it was recorded that 9 votes were actually spoiled ballot votes because of various reasons. One of those is the mark that has been recorded in the space allocated for voting. I just want to advise members that when voting, we do not use a tick, we actually cross, make an X. It does not mean you do not want that person. So I'm just advising members so that we appreciate that when we do the voting, we mark a cross instead of a tick. After the assistant returning officer has noted the official mark on the ballot paper, members should deposit it in the ballot box and resume their seats. Honorable members, the returning officers will now call upon members to vote.
Abrahams, ALA. Adams, F. Adams, RC. Alexander, WR. Apiri, MJ. Atkinson, PG. Ocamp, WAS. Bahrain, M. Bab, TEV. Bartlett M, Basson LJ, Bateman AG, Bath EM, Beasley AD, Bergman D, Bila TJ, Bilankulu NK, Blosse MB, Botlani TK.
I know, I remember, that's why I normally put my hand on it.
What causes that?
It's because
I think it's got this thing in it.
it could be that. Sometimes what I do is I hold on.
Oh, and
before
then
I
you
sit.
stand.
Yeah,
Ah,
when I
it
hold on and-
pushes me back.
You get used to it. But it is scary. It is scary. And it's
I
very
nearly fell at the city hall. When
Yeah.
I came back, it was gone.
Bolman NJ, Boshielo SP, Boshoff WJ, Botius A, Breitenbach G, Buyuk MJ, Benz Ngamasha Z, Butelezi EM, Butelezi NZ, Butelezi SA. Cameron I, Kapa RN, Tebekulu RN, Chabane MS, Chance RWT, Chauke BF, Chauke T, Che TM, Chikunga LS, Christians DC. Christy K.A., Clark M.O., Clute E.A., Chrissy B.D., Cuthbert M.J., Davids S.W., De Bloch van Schelinga A.D., De Brain K., De Lil P., De Villiers J.N.,
Dana H. Dlomo SM, Diale BK, Dikhale MC, Direko DR, Ditebe SL, Dlakude DE, Dlamini MM, Dlamini M.
Delanga M, Dagmore CM, Dunjwa ML, Engelbrecht J, Isaac F, Freeman E, Frenchman S, Frolic CT, Ghana SM.
Kancho N, Gilishe S, Kwabaza NB, George DT, Gigaba KMN, Gina N, Godlimpi Z, Kodongwana E. Gondwe MM, Gross R, Governor Y, Graham Murray SJ, Groenewald PJ, Gungubele M, Kwahube S, Adebe NM, Hala MM, Hassan F. Harting C, Hendricks MGE, Tlabisa VF, Hlengwa M, Hlongo AS, Hlonyana KNF, Olomisa BH, Horn W, Hansinger CHA, Ishmael S. H, did I say H? H, Ismail H, sorry.
Jacobs LC, James DE, Jonas GF, Jordan C, Kehakilwe BM, Kekana PS, Khabo GD, Khobisa Ngaba K, Khahau KL.
Kanyile TA, Kaula MS, Kojane SG, Kumalo JQ, Klopper DD, Koba MP, Kola D.
Kumani, LM, Kurnov, GW, Krier, HCC, Kubai, MT, Kumbaka, AN, Kwankwa, NLS, Labaskachni, C, Lamola, RO, Leroux, KWD, Lachuta, MD.
Lekganyane MS, Letlape MS, Letlape TKS, Letsiye WT, Letsike MSE, Legaraba LE, Linde E, Lorima JRB, Lotrit A, Low STD. Lucas SE, Lutuli BN, Mabe BP, Mabena TB, Machi BE, Macpherson DW, Madigizela BS, Maduna N, Maeko SM.
Magagula TE, Maambehlala T, Mahlangu SS, Mahlatsi LW, Mahlaule MG, Mahlobo MD, Mahumapelo SOR, Maloila PR, Maimane MA.
Order, honorable members. Can we converse a bit lower so that you can hear your voices when they are called? Your names, rather, when they are called.
Maimela KJ, Majodina PCP, Majozi Z, Makasi N, Mahato MP, Makubela LS, Malatsi MS, Malema JS, Malimacha CN, Manaha L, Manamela KB, Maneli BM, Mandasha GS, Manyi M, Mautwe OMC, Marais EJ, Marais P, Mahau TL, Masango PS. Maseko LM, Masemula ND, Mashabela NR, Mashatile SP, Mashele TV, Masina MC, Masondo D, Maswanganyi MJ, Matabata CS,
Matafa OM, Matale CC, Matulelwa B, Mathias L, Matiase NS, Matsone NWA, Mbio IM. Mackenzie G, Maklua JJ, Mkunu AS, Mkunu TVB, Mdluli MM, Mente Nkuna NV, Meshwe KRJ, Meth N.
Gcina, PS, Mgweba, T, Mahawule, MR, Mhlawuli, NB, Mhlongo, NH, Mikalakis, G, Milham, KJ.
Mkalipi HO, Mkize ZL, Mkonto CN, Mkwebane BJ, Mkutu L, Molutsane ML, Mwango MA, Mganga Kabashe LA. Mudisempia M, Moela MS, Mufukeng ML, Morale TP, Muhai FJ, Muhlala MR, Mukwena JL, Mukwena LG, Mulwele NA. Montwedi MK, Moa SJ, Moraka AT, Murolong IK, Musikatsi S, Mutsecha MA, Mutwaledi PA.
PTL, Mkhaga M, Ntolo NE, Mulder CP, Munyai TB, Mutambi AF. Mvana NQ, Myberg NG, Nalumango RS, Ndabeni Abrahams ST, Ndalane NA, Ndamase P, Ndlozi MQ.
Order, honorable members. Please try to lower your voices. Some of the members are unable to hear their names when they are called.
Neil May HE, Nell AC, Nemadzinga Chavalala J, Ngobo SL, Ngobeni LM, Nana ME, Nehas CG, Nkabane NP.
Nkopane NS, Nkosi NE, Nodada BB, Noluchungu NJ, Nontenja CT, Nonsele M, Ngola X, Ntlangwini EN. Nchali LL, Nchabeni KPS, Ntuli M, Nyonzo M, Nzimande BE, Nzuza NB, Pambo V, Peach WD. Ntuli M,
Peterson J.S., Pachla M.J., Piri C.M., Pawani M.B., Plaikis W.T.D., Poole C.J., Potgieter L.R., Powell E.L., Pule D.D.
Ramaila KS, Ramaphosa MC, Ramokhupa ML, Ramokhupa KD, Ramulubeng A, Ramungalo TR, Ruos AC, Rock FC, Rock FS,
Sangoni KLN, Sapo L, Sarupen AN, Souls A, Schikaling L, Schreiber LA, Siabi AM, Seitulu IS, Sekwati SC.
Silamulela SD Sene MM Shabangu FL Shelembe ML Shikwambana M Shivambu NF Shiviti TG Sibia NM.
Order, honorable members. May I ask those of you who are standing, and I've observed that most of you have been standing most of the time. I understand you may be tired, but can we please take our seats and ensure that the House decorum is observed. Thank you.
Simelane TP, Singh N, Singh S, Sitole KP, Sitole RJ, Siweya RT, Skosana GJ, Smith CFB, Smith R.
Sokanyile T, Sokopo MM, Sompamasiu NS, Sochu MM, Spies ERJ, Steenhuisen JH, Subrathi SI, Swart SN, Swart B, Tafeni N.
Tetyana Y, Thembekwayo SS, Thring WM, Tikana Xotiwe W, Tito LF, Klong KC, Tolashe NG, Trolip RAP.
Chotetsi NT, Van der Merwe LL, Van der Walt D, Van Staden PA, Van Zyl AM, Vilakazi SG, Wakelin KH, Webster NL, Vessels WW.
Whitfield AG, Velskat C, Xabantshaba PP, Xhego ST, Yako YN, Zibi SS, Zikalala S, Zondi S, Zondo SS, Zungula V.
Order, honorable members. Are there any members who have not voted and wish to do so now? If not, the assistant returning officers will close and seal the ballot boxes.
Speaker,
Yes, honorable member.
please don't forget the observers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shibambo. Indeed, I was going to request, if parties do not have a problem, if the same representatives who were observers in the first voting process can do so. But if they wish to nominate others, they can do so too.
No, yeah, we'll proceed like that. So the same
Are all
observers will come,
parties okay that the same representative becomes the observers? Thank you very much.
Yes, I was representing everyone, Speaker, so we're fine.
Order. I now suspend proceedings to enable the returning officers to count the votes in my presence and report the results to me. As we suspend these proceedings, other members, I will request that you go and have your dinner, the same place where you had your lunch, so that when we come back with the announcements of the vote, we would have had dinner, and those of you who need comfort break would have done so already. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes before resumption of the proceedings. The House is adjourned. Thank you. Honorable members, the report on the results of the counting of votes for the position of the Deputy Speaker are as follows. Total number of ballot papers issued were 339. 339. Total number of ballot papers counted, 338. The total number of invalid ballot papers were 12, meaning that there were 11 that were spoiled, and there was one which had been issued, and yet it was actually stamped on both sides, and it was therefore not used. I now want to announce who got how many votes. Honorable V. Zungula, 54 votes. Thank you. Honorable Annelie Lothriet, 273 votes. Thank you. On behalf of all present here, I wish to congratulate you on your election, Honorable Lothriet, on your election as Deputy Speaker. You now have the opportunity of addressing the House for a few minutes as an expression of your honor on being elected. You can utilize the podium.
ANC stand.
We are standing. Order, honorable members. 2060. Order. Can we now allow the Deputy Speaker to give her remarks?
Honourable Speaker, Chief Justice, Mr. President, honourable members and guests. Madam Speaker, I would firstly want to congratulate you on your election. I can assure you of my support, and I wish you strength, courage, and wisdom. This is a tremendous honor and privilege, as well as a great responsibility that has been bestowed on me. This is a position that I do not take lightly, and I fully understand the trust that has been placed in me. I undertake to fulfill my duties with care, commitment, and humility, and to be fair and just, and to do all in my power to do justice to this position. I would like to thank you for your trust that you have placed in me, and I undertake that I will do everything not to disappoint you, and that we will make this 7th Parliament the best Parliament ever, and that we will work for the interest of the people of this country. I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam.
Honorable Speaker,
Madam.
it's Honorable
Sorry?
Telezi here. I wanted to check whether the Speaker can use her discretion to also announce the results of KwaZulu-Natal.
Order, Honorable Sabisa. May I ask the returning officers just to move the ballot boxes a bit so that I can see members at the back? Well, Honorable Hlabisa, I would have loved to do so, but
No, it
for
was
all the
Buthelezi.
provinces that have already undertaken their elections, these results are very interesting overall. Honorable members, we have concluded the proceedings for the election of the Deputy Speaker of the House. In consultation with our religious leaders, as it is always the norm, that after the Deputy Speaker has been elected, they usually bless the House. We have asked them to do so after the election of the President. I will now ask the Chief Justice to come and proceed.
Speaker,
Honorable Shibambo?
Speaker.
Yes, I can hear.
No, thank you very much. We have sent you a letter using Rule 119 of the National Assembly rules to request that you should invoke Section 8, 9, subsection 1 of South Africa's Constitution to invoke the impeachment process in relation to the report which was tabled here in the National Assembly in relation of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa's involvement in the Phala Phala case. So we have sent you that letter that is an immediate issue of focus and error of focus, and a motion that should be invoked as per Rule 119 of the National Assembly rules, that the immediate urgent motion that we must attend to should be the impeachment process of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa for the case which was established to have prima facie basis by a panel which was led by a former Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court. We have also delivered the hard copy letters to you now and the Deputy Speaker of the Democratic Alliance so that you can pay attention to it as a matter of urgency. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Shibambo.
Can you please acknowledge the receipt of the letter? Yes.
Honorable Shibambo, thank you very much. Your representative have just delivered an envelope indicating that this is the letter sent to me. I'm not sure whether the Deputy Speaker has received such a letter. However, this matter will need to be deliberated upon. As you know, that there was a process that was undertaken by the 6th administration, and that matter was concluded as such. And therefore, in this instance, once we have considered your letter, we will give you the response on how the 7th administration would like to respond to this matter. For now, we will proceed with the election of the President of the Republic of South Africa. Chief Justice.
Yes.
Honorable members, we are now at the stage where we have to deal with the election of president. There will now be an opportunity for nominations for President of the Republic of South Africa. Are there any nominations? Honorable member here.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. My name is Mdumiseni Ntuli, the Chief Whip of the African National Congress, and I hereby nominate Honorable Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa as the President of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder? Somebody must just raise the hand.
DA.
Who in the honorable member there? Okay. Mr. Singh?
It will be Honorable Sabisa, Chief Justice.
Or Honorable Sabisa?
Thank you very much, Honorable Honorable Chief Justice. I am Velenkosini Hlabisa and hereby second the name of Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa to be the President of the Republic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Although the nominee will be required to signify in writing whether he accepts or not, I would like to find out at this stage whether the nominee accepts the nomination. I think he's reluctant.
Chief Justice, I do accept the nomination with pleasure.
Thank you very much. Are there other nominations?
Yes, Chief Justice. Right at the back.
Yes.
Must I stand up?
Oh, hang on 1 second.
Or I'll
hang on 1 second.
I'll pick up the mic. Okay, fine.
This nomination complies with the requirements and is valid. Are there other nominations?
Yes, Chief Justice, I'm already on the floor.
Please go ahead.
I thought my nomination was making you nervous a bit. I, Ngabayomzi Lawrence Saziso Kwangwa, ichawe lezulu zigodlwana zemazendala zingalala endleleni kunyembelekile. Hereby nominate Julius Silo Malema as candidate for election as President of the Republic of South Africa. I thank you very much.
Order, 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 order. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that nomination?
Chief Justice,
Yes.
I, Vuyo Lwethu Zungula, uDosini, uNgcwina, uNoyila, uQabashe, into engathi inkosi emntwini ngoba inkosi ngokwayo, I second the nomination.
Thank you very much. Although the nominee will be required to signify in writing if he accepts the nomination, I would like to know at this stage whether the nominee accepts the nomination.
I, Julius Selomalema, accept the nomination.
Thank you. Thank you.
Josie, stand up. Mary Julius also decline.
Ndlozi ML.
We will wait for the form. The nomination of the second nominee for the position of President of the Republic of South Africa complies with the requirements and it is valid. Yeah, okay. I now wish to announce that the candidates that have been properly nominated for the position of President of the Republic of South Africa are Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa and Mr. Julius Silo Malema. Yes. Is there any further nomination? There is none. Since more than one candidate has been nominated, a secret ballot will take place in terms of item 6 of Part A of Schedule 3 of the Constitution. I now suspend proceedings to allow the returning officer to prepare ballot papers. We shall resume proceedings when the bells are rung. The proceedings are suspended.
Julius, Ndlozi did not stand up when you were nominated. Fire him.
Please, you must stop disrespecting Wena.
Commander-in-Chief.
paper, each member must proceed to one of the ballot booths and make a clear cross in the box alongside the name of the nominated member of his or her choice. You may not make any other mark other than a cross. If you make any other mark, it will be a spoiled paper. After making the mark on the ballot paper, and while still in the booth, members should fold their paper in a way that the official mark can be seen by the returning officer at the ballot box. After the returning officer has noted the mark on the ballot paper, members should deposit it in the ballot box and resume their seats. The returning officer will now call upon members to vote.
Abrahams, ALA. Adams, F. Adams, RC. Alexander, WR. Apiri, MJ. Atkinson, PG. Ocamp, WAS. Bahrain, M. Bapti, EV. Bartlett, M. Basson, LJ. Bateman, AG. Bath, EM. Beasley, AD. Bergman, D. Bila, TJ. Bilankulu, NK. Blosse, MB. Botlani, TK. Bolman, NJ. Bushielo, SP. Boshoff, WJ. Botius, A. Breitenbach, G. Buick, MJ. Benz, Namasha, Z. Butelezi, EM. Butelezi, NZ. Butelezi, SA. Cameron, I. Kapa, RN. Tebekulu, RN. Chabane, MS. Chance, RWT. Chauke, BF. Chauke, T. Cheti, M. Chikunga, LS. Christians, DC. Christy K.A., Clark M.O., Clute E.A., Chrissy B.D., Cuthbert M.J., Davids S.W., De Bloch van Schelter, A.D., De Brain K., De Lil P., De Villiers J.N.
Derna H, Dlomo SM, Diale BK, Didiza AT, Dikhale MC, Direko DR, Ditebe SL, Dlakude DE, Dlamini MM, Dlamini M. Dlelanga M, Dagmo CM, Dundra ML, Engelbrecht J, Isaac F, Freeman E, Frenchman S, Frolic CT, Ghana SM. Gancho N, Dilishe S, Gwabaza NB, George DT, Gigaba KMN, Gina N, Godlimpi Z.
Honorable
Kodongwana.
members, please, there is noise. Members whose names are being called out will not hear.
Gina N, Godlimpi Z, Kodongwana E. Gondwe MM, Gross R, Governor Y, Graham Murray SJ, Groenewald PJ, Gungubele M, Kwahube S, Hadebe NM, Hala MM, Hassan F. Hatting C. Hendricks MGE, Tlhabisa VF, Hlengwa M, Hlongo AS, Hlonyana KNF, Holomisa BH, Horn W, Hansinger CHA, Ismail H.
Jacobs L.C., James D.E., Jonas G.F., Jordan C., Kihakilwe B.M., Kekana B.S., Khabo G.D., Khobisa Ngaba K., Khakau K.L.
Kanyile TA, Kaula MS, Kojane SG, Kumalo JQ, Klopper DD, Kobe, Kobe MP, Kola D.
Kamani LM, Kurnov GW, Creer HCC, Kubai MT, Kumbaka AN, Kwankwa NLS, Labaskachni C, Lamola RO, LaRue KWD, Lechuta M.